We are broadcasting live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the council meeting of the town of Mono held on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026 at 9 a.m. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono's procedural bylaw 2020-42. Residents can join this meeting as it occurs or view it later on our website. We do have a quorum. Councillor Davey has given us notice that she will not be present for this meeting. Just as a reminder, the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. Members are free to declare a pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing to the clerk. And I was going to call on Councillor Davey to do the land acknowledgement, but sorry, I don't have a copy either. My apologies. Do you want to do it? Go ahead.
We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Teonatani, Atawandaran, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connections of Indigenous people with this land, its waterways and resources.
Thank you. And I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of session 6-2026 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor moves, seconded by Councillor Madill. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. I have a further motion that Council approves the minutes of session 5-2026 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Madill moves, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. I have a proclamation for World Autism Day. Whereas World Autism Day is recognized on April 2nd, 2026 in Canada, Autism Ontario is one of the largest collective voices representing the autism community, and the work they do helps all autistic individuals and families in their communities have access to meaningful support, information, and connections not only on April 2nd, but every day throughout the year. And whereas autism impacts more than 135,000 individuals in Ontario, representing 1 in every 50 Canadian children and youth, it not only influences the lives of autistics, but also their friends, families, and communities. It is critical for us to raise awareness and acceptance and provide support and promote a more inclusive society. And whereas autism is a diverse spectrum that varies widely amongst individuals, each person's individual with autism can change over time. This evolving journey highlights the uniqueness of every autistic individual, emphasizing the need for understanding and support tailored to their specific needs. And whereas Autism Ontario is the leading source of information and referral on autism, and since 1973 has been providing support, information, and opportunities for thousands of families and individuals across the province. And whereas Autism Ontario is devoted to raising public awareness about autism and addressing everyday challenges faced by individuals with autism, their families, and professionals who work alongside them. We urge everyone to recognize and celebrate the unique differences and needs of others, fostering an inclusive environment where all individuals can participate fully in activities and discussions. Together, we can create a society that values and includes everyone. On behalf of Council, I proclaim April 2nd, 2026 as World Autism Day in the town of Mono, while committing to embrace awareness and acceptance today and every day throughout the year. That brings us to public question period.
We have no questions submitted in advance, Your Worship.
Any questions in the audience? Good morning, Elaine.
Good morning.
It's a new microphone, so if you press and get a red, it's working.
Good morning. First of all, I'm going to apologize. After question period, I have to leave for work. The first question I have is, what is the status of the committees? We were told, or I was told several months ago, that it was in the works and there's been no committee meetings.
Okay. We had one committee meeting last night, and that was the new environmental committee, which we've established. I don't think that planning has been tasked with anything to look into or address, so that would explain why they have not met. And as for the other committees, I can't speak about recreation, but tomorrow night. And can somebody help me with any others?
So the DEI committee meets monthly. The planning advisory, are you asking specifically
Well, no,
about
I'm asking
planning?
because I've been told that recently the meetings have come up, but there have not been meetings, for instance, with planning, and there must be issues that have come up since November, October, November. Sorry.
So committee of adjustment is based solely on applications from residents, and we have not had any applications from residents. Probably a year ago, with respect to the planning committee, following the last meeting that we had with respect to the chicken bylaw, it was determined that the planning advisory committee would deal with issues that were delegated through council for that, and there has been none that have subsequently come up. And as you are aware, with the Planning Advisory Committee, council is ultimately the final recipient of receiving a planning zoning bylaw amendment application, and there's actually one on the agenda today for council, because this council holds a statutory meeting, and that'll be at 10 o'clock today. And but with respect to council seeking the advice of the Planning Advisory Committee, there has been no issues that council has transferred in that. But the other committees all meet on a regular basis, and those are all pushed on the website, and those could be subscribed to individually, and or you can subscribe to all of them should you wish, for notification of the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Second question. One of my neighbors called regarding the garbage cans that started being delivered last night. And she asked how she could, because she's so slightly handicapped, how she could deal with the garbage cans, getting it down to the driveway. And she was told that she could leave it at the driveway. I want to know whether Mono has a bylaw or some rules and regulations. Otherwise, I think we're going to have these unsightly blue containers 7 days a week at the gate, because a lot of people are, excuse me, going to find it difficult to get them moved, especially in wintertime.
Well, the switch over to the bins was effectively provincially mandated. We did not have a choice in it. We put up a fuss over the size and the timing of the rollout. They were originally going to be one size only, and it was larger than probably the ones that you and I have. And they were going to do it on the 1st of January, which we pushed back on and got a concession that it would be April 1st. You know, we're in a really hard spot because it is going to be unsightly, and yet I can see people, and I've already talked to people, who really don't have a choice because they have an uphill driveway to where they would have to take the bin in. They don't have an outbuilding that they can store the bin in. They don't have much of a choice but to leave it at the end of the driveway, and it is unsightly. I agree with you.
I think we may also have a problem. We get a lot of wind up here.
Yep.
They go into the roadway and a car has a collision because of it. Is there going to be liability on that homeowner?
Well, that I can't answer.
No,
Yeah,
I know it's an
but it's a
insurance
good
company,
point.
but it's an issue that
Yeah.
we've got to look at. And the fact that we get a lot of tourists up here.
Mm-hmm.
Blue bins are not, you know, whether they're blue or green, they're still not going to, they're going to be unsightly.
I agree. And yet, I think we're between a rock and a hard place on this.
So we don't have a bylaw or any, no.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Ralph?
I'm pleased that you brought this up. You're so right. They're extremely unsightly. And the answer is going to be, same as it is down Caledon right now, they leave their bins out by the road in some places. And I will plan to do that too, because I have an uphill driveway, et cetera.
Right.
So I'm tucking mine behind a large maple tree, but it's not really hidden at all. I think it's going to be very unsightly, and I'm really disappointed in this.
Okay, but this, we can't do anything about it.
Well, we could raise a fuss. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
So should I do that in the April meeting?
It's worthy of being raised.
It is.
Because we've done what we can at the county level. The program is run by an outfit called Circular Materials. They've got the franchise for Ontario, and it's being delivered by the Green for Life people who
Right.
have been running the program and continue to run the program on garbage and compost. But there was no consultation. There was no discussion with us. We were simply told, this is happening, you know, and you should be happy that it's happening because we're going to accept maybe one or two more things, and we're going to give you a bigger container to put your cardboard in. But as I say, we did push back. I worked with the mayor of Orangeville, and we were able to get some concessions out of the province and out of the deliverer of service.
I have one more issue, and I don't feel that Fred has to leave. It's just the statement that I'm going to make.
Okay, I'll leave it up to Fred as to what he wants to do.
I don't feel that you ought to leave. The Integrity Commissioner in his report wrote that the land has value, and he goes on to say, just as land has value, the use of land has value. I'm suggesting that council does not have the right to give away land that is owned by the residents of Mono because it has value. Our taxes have gone up, and we have to be mindful of the future.
Okay. So there's nothing. Okay.
Okay.
There's no piece of land that is identified for de-accession would be the technical term. And were there to be, in the sense of it being declared surplus, we have a process that we go through, probably dictated by the Municipal Act, I would imagine.
Yes, I read it.
And if in fact we do identify a piece of land that we want to sell, we do have to advertise, we do have to have it publicly discussed and considered in the context of the best interests of the residents. But there's nothing on, pending that I'm aware
Well, the sixth line
of.
is the property I'm talking about. The property on the sixth line that was,
So the six-line road allowance council deemed surplus 9 months ago? Several years ago, actually.
Right.
And they went through the process that council had set for a public meeting and so forth. So that land is actually landlocked and not accessible by the town. So it has been deemed surplus.
But there's no,
But it's not being given away. It's being
was a
negotiated on fee right now between staff and the landowners.
Yes, I realize that, but then there's a section of that land as well that was discussed about allowing the Bruce Trail. Yes, according to.
So the Bruce
last
Trail
report.
was donated a portion of land from a private landowner
But not-
early on, and then the north portion of the unopened road allowance is being sought for transfer to the Bruce Trail, subject to financial negotiations, similar to the landowners. The road allowance section's being split into 4 legal surveyed sections, and given equal opportunity to the adjoining landowners, and we are in financial negotiations with the landowners, inclusive of the Bruce Trail, who's an adjoining landowner.
but no suggestion of a giveaway.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know, I'm sorry, I may have misspoke in the sense that there wasn't anything pending. I'd forgot about that.
one.
Yeah.
When it's finally, and I'm not opposing, the right of an abutting landowner to get, to be able to purchase surplus lands. But is there any mechanism in which we, as the residents, find out as to what the value was placed on or paid for, so that we know what's supposed to go into our Treasury Department?
So we make a decision based on the size of area of land in question as to whether we should get an appraisal
Yes.
versus something less than an appraisal. Very frequently, these
Appraisals cost too much.
appraisals cost a lot, and if you're only dealing with straightening property lines, or, it's only 15 feet that is being, discussed, an appraisal really is a very inefficient way of going about determining value. But we're guided by, I guess, precedent and what land is valued at in Mono.
But
Maybe
where would I
Fred can-
find, excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where would I find what ultimately the owner of the abutting land or Bruce would have paid for that land? That's what I'm asking. If we're negotiating a price, is $1 a price?
So once staff, I would look to the treasurer right now, if when land's purchased, does the purchase price go into the MPAC system? Only if there's a mortgage or?
Well, as we know, MPAC has fallen behind with the assessment. So what MPAC does is, based on the current price, they have a deflator index to what it will be in 2016. So all the values on the assessment roll do not reflect current market value.
No, I realize that. So
So-
there has to be a mechanism in which the residents can establish what we're getting.
So the commitment of staff to negotiate with the landowners has occurred. Staff will be reviewing our past history on land purchases and/or land sales, and we'll also be evaluating any liabilities that land may have towards the town right now as part of that negotiation. And at the end of the day, council can ask us for our final negotiation fees. And what we paid for it, so it has to be publicly available.
So does a report come back to
That's-
us? as-
There's no intention of a report. Council gave staff direction to negotiate with the
But
individual landowners.
just for information purposes, does anything come
Council
back?
can ask us can ask the treasurer to bring anything back, yeah.
So as a resident, I can ask council to ask
Yep.
you.
You're
Okay.
when it goes through council, yes, but yes, you are correct.
So what is the timeline that we should be doing follow-up?
We're in negotiations with the landowners, so we don't know until
So every
we,
couple of months, check with you? Check with council?
well, I would think, depending on council's advice, we'll just bring it back to council.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think it's going to come back to council now.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the gallery today? Seeing none, we have a delegation. The CIBC would Gundy, Will, Makay is here. If you would like to come forward with your colleague.
Morning, Your Worship.
Good morning.
Wait for Deputy Mayor to sit. Thank you. Thank you, Council, for your invitation to come and present our annual report for the performance for the Corporation of the Town of Mono. We'll just walk through our presentation here that we've provided in advance. We've got a small summary report that's available, and then our full presentation that's here. I'd first like to thank and acknowledge our colleague, Les Luca, and his long-term commitment to working with us and providing exemplary and great communication on the needs of the town so that we can effectively build the portfolio. We'll talk here about our team, current market interest rate update that has been changing there, current portfolio returns that we have, the composition of the account and how we actually build what we do, and just highlight a major transaction that's happened in here that's created a significant amount of performance. We've been building out the team over the last few years. We've got a new addition this year, my associate Ryan Cowden, who joins us recently this year with 5 years experience at another firm before joining us. So that's continuing to work. This again is just how we work on our integrated services, both through banking, wealth management, investment advice, and other areas such as stewardship that we have. This is just a little bit more information for those who don't know our team. We've been able to come here and present to council many, many years, so many of you do know us, but we are a full service side of the investment arm of CIBC. What that means in the Wood Gundy brand just means we don't have to use CIBC product if we don't want to. So we are not constrained to one investment paradigm. So our philosophy is to use an independent approach, which means we can go out to market and tender for the best investment programs that we need to purchase. Just talk a little bit about the forecast right now. Interest rates, lots of people are asking where they're going to go, what's going to happen, are they going down, they're going to go up. Here's where we are. We're relatively stable in terms of interest rates where we are. Right now, this is the Government of Canada bond yield forecast that we have right now. We're hovering mid-threes where we are. Could go up by a quarter point, could come down by a quarter point, depending on what happens. Inflation is really going to drive that. Two main drivers of inflation right now, tariffs and oil right now. Those are absolutely inflationary. If they continue to stay elevated, the government will not, both in Canada and the US, will not be able to cut interest rates to support the economy in the way that they would like to. And on the same side, if we see a deterioration in the economics here, they may wish to push through a rate decrease. So it's going to be data dependent on what happens right now. As it is, most rate cuts have been pushed out in the US. Canada did most of their rate cuts ahead of the US, so we're standing pat with where we are. So we have no expectation that rate cuts are coming or increases at this time. We'll just talk about what has the bond rate been in the last couple of years. This is important. We're hovering for the last 4 years in and around a mid-3 range. COVID gave us the expectations of significantly low interest rates. And a lot of us, my parents included, talk about what interest rates were like in the 80s when they were paying their mortgages. But when we go back substantially longer than that, interest rates really hover in between the 3 to 4% range. Long term. If inflation sticks around 2%, interest rates are usually 1 to 2% above that. So it's really important to see where inflation goes. That'll drive the long-term interest rates. But we see no expectations of anything deviating between mid-threes right now. Again, data dependent and expectations on tariff increase in oil, what happens. So we don't really get to control what happens there. We'll talk really about performance. The 2025 was an exceptional year. I do remember last year, as we were mid 7% last year, I sat here and said, don't expect that again next year. And lo and behold, it did. And that's because we had harvested some previous returns. We had set up the portfolio for success. Multiple things happened. Canadian economy was extremely resilient last year, and our banking sector, where we had some of our equity-linked performance, was exceptional throughout the last year. So we'll talk about why that drove it. What we do like to see is each year of the last 5 years, we've had successive outperformance against our underlying benchmark, which is the short-term bond index that we place, and it's been substantial over the last 2 years. And the reason for that is the principal protected notes that we used in the portfolio have added some performance. We'll talk exactly about a specific example of what that did for the portfolio and why it worked. What we have here is just a comparison against what would be the one corporate bond portfolio. This is the municipal program that's available for pooled funds, if you want to put in there. We have been able to showcase here our outperformance each year on what a hypothetical portfolio of $10 million would have done. Against the corporate bond portfolio, the performance would have kicked in there. And this has been able to showcase that our portfolio has been able to create approximately $2 million of additional value against what would have been the standard investment pool program that's in here. And this is because we've been able to pick our own individual maturities tailored to the needs of the town rather than having the funds pooled. Between Les and our team, we've been able to tailor that specifically for withdrawals, so we've been able to hold to maturity for the majority of our positions to maximize the return in that value. So it's effectively created a significant amount of extra control within the portfolio. Talk just a few highlights here. Over 2025, the portfolio through interest increased by $799,000. This supported a $700,000 withdrawal with no capital impact to the overall portfolio. The income-orientated portfolios provided the town with $3,215,000 of withdrawals over the past 3 calendar years. So we have taken out over $3 million of the portfolio, but we have been able to mitigate the majority of the impact to the capital of the portfolio as we've been able to produce a substantial amount of the withdrawals. 2025, as I mentioned, marked the 5th consecutive year of outperformance against our benchmark, which is Canadian short-term overall bond index. This is bonds of 5 years and less. When it comes in here, our portfolio is geared to a 5-year ladder. In that, the portfolio generated positive returns last year in 11 of the 12 months, showcasing the downside protection. And as we mentioned, capital preservation is the main priority. So when we're looking for 3 items in tiered succession, 1 is capital preservation and adherence to the Act, number 1. Number 2 is liquidity, or access to the funds when we need it. Getting a great rate of return is irrelevant if we can't access our money when we need it. And the last one is maximizing that rate of return. It's just squeezing as much out of it as possible. And this is key. And as I mentioned, capital preservation always trumps rate of return when we're looking for it. So this is what we're looking for here. The current portfolio build, we worked with our colleague Les again throughout this year to build a portfolio. What this shows is we have what's called a duration of 2.8. So what is the average of all the maturities within the portfolio? And we have what we call here a bit of a barbell approach where it's weighted to either end of the curve. The reason is last year we had a really good change in interest rates where we moved back into a natural interest rate curve where longer term interest rates now pay more than short term. We have a good amount of money at the beginning end that's maturing within 1 and 2 years to provide significant amount of liquidity to the portfolio should something come up within the year. And then we've pushed more of the maturity out further to garner that higher interest rate if we don't need it, with a little bit of liquidity in the middle. But we're really trying to maximize those longer term interest rates right now as they have turned. This is where we generated some significant alpha. So we were 331 basis points, or 3.3%, above our portfolio. No, I'm going to move. Did I move? What do we move here? Can we get the next slide there? I can't seem to move there, Fred. There it is. Thank you. We were 331 basis points, or 3.31% above our benchmark in 2025. And the reason for this is back in 2023, we had taken our principal protected notes. So these are 7-year, typically between 5 and 7 years in term. They're typically benchmarked to the Canadian Banking Index, and we will get a equal or slightly increased rate of return over that period of time, subject to it being held to maturity. However, at certain times, if the underlying rises to a certain value, we will prematurely take profit to lock in our rate of return, and then we put a floor on essentially our performance where it won't pull back underneath that. 2023, working with Les, we had pulled some money off the table and reset our floor on this one. And in 2023, we purchased $450,000 of a Canadian bank index growth note. And what this means is it matched the performance of the Canadian banks. We held this for 28 months. We saw a significant increase in the value of the Canadian banks over the last 2 years. We prematurely took profit off the table. It was sold for $659,000, representing a 46.58% of return over the period, or an annualized rate of return of 17.63%. And we locked that in, and we locked that in late 2025. And therefore, we have been unaffected now by the pullback in the Canadian banks over the last few weeks, because we had put a floor in our performance at that moment. So we exercised the option to sell prematurely to secure our rate of return at that moment. You know, it's a bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. So we want to take that. This 4.74% in 2025 was the additional performance, was attributed to our PPN position. We had also right-sized this position. The reason is when we made a purchase, we had put 80% into the laddered bond portfolio, 20% into the principal protected notes. As we had done some successive withdrawals over the last few years, the size of the PPN portfolio, because it had increased in value, had also become a larger percentage size of the portfolio. By pulling those positions early, it allowed us to reset that position back to a 20% weighting as intended. So we weren't under any obligation to sell it early because it had increased in value, but we did take it as an opportunistic opportunity to right-size the portfolio again and bring that weighting down to the intended 20%. So we took the opportunity to do 2 of these things, but that was the additional 4% in alpha value. We don't get it every year. It is, of course, dependent on the increase of the underlying equity markets. And just like a house, we wouldn't buy it and think we're going to make any money in 6 months. But if we held it for 3 to 5 years, we feel confident that there's going to be value in there. Same with the underlying investment here. But this has been the reason last year and this year that we were able to outperform our benchmark by that material degree. It won't always be there, but that is the significant increase in the performance last year. The additional notes that we have here. No, I'll really talk about this. The big item that we'll talk about here is our annualized rate of return is 3.25% over the past 11 years since we've been working together. It's been greater in the last 5 years, but that's been a really important part that we've been able to maintain above inflation rate of return. This is really what we want over the long period of time, and this was throughout the period of time in 2020 and COVID when we had near zero interest rates. So it's been long-term that we've been able to create significant value for the portfolio, and especially over the last few years. So I will stop there and ask if there are any questions.
Does he want some applause? I mean,
I would like to say that this here is the outcome of good strategic planning that had taken an opportunistic increase last year with the underlying investments we made, and it's through the contribution, as I mentioned, with our colleague in team, Les Luca, treasurer, of allowing us to build this portfolio that has been able to benefit the financials.
I do have one more serious question, but it's not a very smart one, but I'll ask it anyway. Les, okay, our total reserves at the end of 2025 were around, I can't remember, $8 million? How come our account with CIBC is more like $12 million? I should know the answer to that. How can we have more money in this account than our total reserves?
Forgive me, Deputy Mayor, I don't quite understand. Like, we don't have more money than we have, I mean, we do have operating funds, and our reserve balances are always set aside. Now, half our reserves are development charges. So that is,
In other words, your answer is that the money we have invested is more than just me looking at our reserve. It includes operating funds too, does it?
it would include some operating, and once in a while, like, as Will is saying, I do withdraw funds from the portfolio, pretty
operating
much on an annual basis. I try to limit that withdrawal, and I keep very, very tight our cash flow in our bank account. So I know we're making additional funds, leaving it in the portfolio.
I told you it wasn't a very smart question, but dumb guys like me got to understand these things, because I look at our reserves every year and I sometimes wonder, are our reserves too high? We can debate that one later. But anyway, I just wondered.
We've aggregated all of the portfolios together, which would be gas tax, development, operating, and combine them into one net number.
Any other questions? I have one, and it's my perennial, and that is, you have other municipal clients. How do we compare in terms of our reserves versus other municipalities that are similar in size and makeup?
Yeah, it's really about do you allow for the full flexibility of the capabilities of the portfolio, such as including the PPNs versus not. And that's really where you come in there. So those portfolios who will allow for that inclusion have been able to benefit from the larger position in here, and those that don't won't. You'll be tied more to the interest rates that happen. So because you've allowed for that benefit, you've been able to hit the maximum, what we would consider to be the rate of return in that area.
All without resorting to Bitcoin.
All without that, yes, yes, yes. It's been a great year in terms of performance, because we've been able to maximize that extra equity position through the principal protected note that comes in there.
Well, and the exchange that Fred mentioned, the discrepancy, I guess, between what we believe our reserves to be versus the value of the portfolio, allowing us to use some of that money to address cash flow ups and downs. I mean, I've seen other municipalities pass motions to permit, on-the-spot borrowing from banks to bridge that. So it's nice to be able to do that internally. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, I leave that up to Les and his capabilities, where it comes from there. The biggest item that we have that we talked about is inflation. and you're battling inflation. So Matt would be able to, talk, to that one. It's the cost of goods increasing, right? And when they outpace the rate of return of the portfolio, there's a negative cash carry in that area. And that's the biggest issue where we've seen CPI right now, the largest one that we look at, is, somewhere they want to maintain it around 2%. It's around 2 to 3%, 2.5% to 3% right now. But the biggest issue is construction price inflation. And that's predominantly what impacts the town, because you are building roads, infrastructure, and maintenance in that way. And construction price inflation has maintained around mid 5% inflation, and that's the biggest issue when it comes to that one. So when we look at inflation, it's not just CPI, it's actual cost construction that comes in there, and that's the biggest issue. So if we can stay above that 5% rate of return, we're going to be able to be that area. If we're not, that becomes the other flip side of that, and that's the negative cash carry from inflation.
Well, I think I speak for council and staff that one of our biggest frustrations is when our residents say, well, you're raising taxes at a rate greater than inflation, and I use air quotes around the term inflation, because, the basket of inputs to, typical inflation numbers is quite different than the kind of purchasing and kind of supply costs that we have to deal with.
Absolutely.
And it's as you've just pointed out, the construction piece alone. I mean, sand and gravel goes up a lot faster than consumer price index, as an example. But people have it in their head that, we should always be staying with the rate of inflation. But there are different rates of inflation. Yeah,
the household rate of inflation is different than what it costs to run companies and towns in construction price inflation. So we just over-communicate as much as possible to be able to talk about that.
I keep trying.
Well, that's it.
Thank you very much. It's good news once again, and you're to be congratulated, as is Les, on being good stewards of our residents' dollars.
This is it. We're stewards of the community's finances, so we're happy to be here. One thing that I'll just finish with again, we have a large connected amount of information within different departments of the bank. Why I'm with such a large bank as CIBC is we have different pieces that we can pull in. If the town ever needs information or access to resources, economics, ways to talk about inflation from our economists, other areas like this, we'd be more than happy to support that by making sure that those individuals or areas of research are available.
Ralph has a question for you.
Thanks for your presentation, Will.
Thanks, Rob.
You mentioned construction price inflation. Is that a real number?
It's July of 2025. It was mid 5% in that range. Yes, it is a real number in there. I can factually give you the current accurate after, if you would like.
And that's the term that's used to describe it, construction price inflation.
Yeah, there's different indexes you can use. You can use residential construction inflation, PPI, so producer price inflation that comes in here. There's a couple of different ones that really talk about it. The reason is CPI is really about household income, so it's cost of food, oil and gas, goods, and items like this that really don't impact the inflation such as the town. You're not worried about the cost of food. You're worried about the cost of replacing the trucks that are in the yard. The cost of the infrastructure that's on here, steel input that comes in there. So when we talk about building materials and building in that area, we can talk about CPI and index to CPI, but what's going to happen is you're going to have a 2% spread almost each year, and by the time you get 3 to 5 years out, the gap has increased significantly where now you have to make a large course correction to that one. So when we're trying to look at it, we may choose to use CPI because it's the most recognized inflation metrics that we choose to use, but it's really more about our personal clients that are impacted by that, and we try and steer our municipal and construction, condominium clients and items like this towards the residential construction index, because that's really the impact in that area.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you again, and I have a motion that the 2025 year-end annual investment performance report be received, and I could add with thanks.
Thank you for your time, as always.
Who would like to move that? Elaine moves, seconded by Fred. Any opposition? Motion's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Councillor Capes, sorry we didn't see you in person. Great to see you.
Thank you, and if you would recognize me, Your Worship.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, and as you were talking and then offering other expertise, this made me think this is the kind of thing we need at a town hall meeting to understand the financing, and it helps people personally and with their understanding of town financing. So thank you very much, and maybe we'll reach out to you.
Absolutely, we'd be delighted.
Thank you.
Great presentation and great work.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Les.
So we're running a little bit ahead of schedule here. We have 15 minutes before the statutory public meeting. Maybe I should go to unfinished council business list. Are there any issues arising from the list? Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Number 15. Well, I mean, they're all urgent, which is why we raised them, but I feel that, you know, the clock is ticking and we're getting to October, and of course, I would like to see all the unfinished business finished before this end of term. But all the Q1 items, well, specifically I want to talk about number 15, which is the short-term rental. I think it's really urgent that we do something with this. And so I don't know how we bring that up to the top of the page, so to speak. I know that involves the clerk, and I know he's under pressure, but that's a question. I'll just leave that for the moment. And then all of what was slated for review in Q1 should be done pretty soon. Like Q1 is coming to a close, so I wonder, are we close to having those for, you know, soon? Just some thoughts from staff.
Fred, any thoughts?
So just going through the list to review the Q1, we have Committee of Adjustment Procedure Bylaw. We're waiting for the Committee of Adjustment to have a meeting, and as was mentioned during QP, there haven't been any files. So that one will probably slip for that reason, though it is ready and has been for several months to go to the committee. The election sign bylaw is on the agenda today. If that is passed, it'll meet Q1, and if it's not, it will be either ended or delayed on council's direction. That takes us down to items that aren't clerk-related. I'll let others speak to those.
So number 13, Elaine, which is respect to the Hockley Historic Church, the mayor and I are in discussions with parties affected and alternatives. And with respect to number 17, the consultant planner and I are also in discussions with respect on how best to proceed with that. So that would round out the Q1. With respect to number 15, did you speak to that, Fred? No, with respect to number 15, that is not been provided a target date. It will require a council budget to work with that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, and if I can just address number 15, one thing I've lamented for some time is the way in which the short-term rental properties are assessed. And instead of being assessed as commercial type businesses, which they frankly are in many, many instances, they're still being taxed at the rate of a residential residence, which they have long since not been used as. So I think there's really two directions we can take. One is to try and get these properties correctly assessed, and the other is to regulate them, and I think it's two separate issues. I guess that, there we are, that's just my views. Okay, any other questions on the to-do list, Elaine?
Well, just on your statement, Your Worship, about getting the properties assessed as commercial, can we do that without counties? Like, is that a new tax class? Is that, because I know that we can't make up a tax class, but is that a new tax class? Does it require county? Or can we make that? How do we do that if they're not registered?
I'll defer to Fred, but as I understand it, the province has to direct impact to approach.
It would be impact that would have to do it, Elaine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we still have a few more minutes here. Do we want to look at, I'm looking to our clerk to get guidance as to what we can do in 10 minutes.
Signed bylaw.
Sign bylaw? I'm ready to do the sign bylaw in 10 minutes.
If council thinks they can do it in 10 minutes, I think it may take longer personally, but it's your worship, that's your call.
Well, let's start it, and we can adjourn that discussion at 10 o'clock and go to our statutory public meeting. So any thoughts on the sign bylaw? Fred and then Elaine?
Without looking at the big picture just yet, Councillor Manklow, I had two quibbles with the draft signed bylaw. One is in section 1.5, you state that the council or that Mono deems it necessary to regulate election signs and campaign advertisements. And that's where I stopped reading. I don't think, I know we want to regulate signs, whether we have them or not, and where they can be displayed. I don't think Mono wants to regulate campaign advertisements. That's going too far, in my view. I mean, that really is almost an infringement on free speech.
Well, the provincial the municipal election legislation speaks to third-party advertisers, and that's what that refers to.
But there's
So-
nothing in the bylaw that I mean,
You sure it addresses that this applies equally to third-party advertisers. So if they're going to post signs, they too would have to abide by this bylaw. And
Absolutely essential.
but the words campaign advertisements sort of say that if I wanted to put an ad in the local newspaper, the town would have some regulatory control over that.
well, that's not a sign.
It's not a sign.
Well, that's not what the statement.
So the difference would be that the candidate can have a sign put up which says their name and what they're running for, but a third party could equally do the very same thing. So we want to capture that as well as an election sign.
With respect, Your Worship, then I think clause 1.5 should state that, should say that explicitly.
Well, I believe the definitions cover that off, but if council wants to revise the
okay.
definitions, but the definitions do define third-party advertisers, and that the scope of the bylaw states that it's specifically addressing election signs, not other forms of advertisement, just signs.
Right, I had another quibble that I wait to get shot down on.
No, go ahead.
Section 4.1J, you're suggesting that, I should read it, but it basically says you can't put a sign, this is on private property, on a tree. Well, I think that's going a bit far. At my house, if I wanted to put an election sign on my property, a good place to put it would be to tack it onto a tree. And I don't think the town should say I can't do that. All right, I've done my quibbles.
Okay.
That I still haven't approached the bigger issue, which is the bylaw itself, but those were my quibbles with the draft.
Fred, any thoughts? Is that intended to cover trees on road allowances where signs are permitted?
Yeah, that is specifically towards road allowances as opposed to on private property, but it could be amended to be more clear that, that if council wishes to allow people to nail a sign to a private tree, that's an amendment that can be made, right? It's just a case of, we do have, of course, a tree bylaw that says you can't injure or damage trees, so we'll have to just make sure that,
Nail isn't going to hurt a good-sized maple.
Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Fred. Good points made, and I think the more clear we can make things so that if it said third-party advertisement, it would be very clear. Nobody could contest that. The other thing with what you just brought up about 4.1J is we shouldn't be putting signs on trees anyway. That is destructive. And we have a million people putting signs, not a million, but we have people putting signs on the hydro poles and light standards and other things, and nobody should be putting things on there. So I agree with that. And so I don't see the need to be nailing things into trees, so I support that. One of the things that I wanted to just, we talk about accountability. What section is that? That's near the end. Let me just find it. Can't find it. Somewhere in here it talks about accountability. Where is that?
Fred, any thoughts?
Oh, yeah, on
is it in the
page 2.
report? Is it in the report?
Accountability and enforcement.
Right, so,
So it talks about property owners and individuals erecting signs and the consequences. I just, we have trouble enforcing things all the time. And this accountability, I think, needs to be communicated more broadly than having it just in this sign bylaw. Because to tell you the truth, I'll just say somebody puts up signs, are they going to explain to everybody that they are accountable for what's listed here? So I just want people who are going to put up signs, not candidates, but any of the property owners that they've been listed to, or businesses or whatever, that they understand that they are included in this enforcement and accountability.
Fred, any thoughts?
Elaine, what section are we in?
We're on page 2, under accountability and enforcement. Broadened liability. The definition of owner includes property owners, candidates, any individuals who authorize or erect signage, ensuring shared responsibility for compliance. So, do we give a copy of this bylaw to somebody who's going to put up a sign? Like, I just, worry that the information is not in the hands of people who are participating. And I think they need to understand that. So I don't know if there's some kind of, I don't want to make work, but is there some kind of document that a candidate would have to have somebody sign to say that they have read and understand that they're accountable?
So, well, I think the clerk meets with every candidate and explains what the Elections Act and other relevant pieces of law state. And I don't know whether you have them sign that they understand or that they've received the material from you, or?
so the intent here is, so first of all, I believe Councillor Capes is referring to the report that accompanied the bylaw.
I found
But
it.
the bylaw does go on in the definition of owner and states that it refers to the owner of the property, but that this bylaw is also contingent on shared responsibility between the candidate or the agent for the candidate, the third-party advertiser, the third-party advertiser's agent, and the property owner. This bylaw would be included in the election campaign material given to candidates and to third-party advertisers, because of course both must register. And there'd be accompanying material to go with it to explain what the candidate's responsibilities are. And as mentioned when this came up for first reading during the last meeting, that there's an intent to also take a deposit from candidates and third-party advertisers to offset any costs incurred to remove signs by the municipality with any balance returned to the candidate. It's a deposit as opposed to a fee. So that helps ensure the buy-in of the candidate because they have a fiduciary cost as well as an ethical and legal liability to follow the bylaw.
So if I can, let's hold these thoughts and we'll return to the proposed bylaw once our statutory public meeting has completed. I have a motion that we adjourn the regular meeting of council and go into a public meeting to discuss zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2025-02. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor moves. Councillor Mantelow seconds. Any opposition? Seeing none, we are now in a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act. This is an opportunity to get particulars with regard to a specific application that has been made of the town. We will not be making a decision today. We will be hearing from the applicant or representative of the applicant, as well as those who have an interest in commenting either for or against. Who would like to lead off from a staff standpoint?
So we're in stat public meeting, so I would ask if the applicant, representative from the applicant would present their application to council.
Yes, come on forward. And if you could state your name, and there's a button to press that activates the...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dan Stone. I am a registered professional planner with Thorstone Consulting. Here with me today is Roy Newcomb, the owner of the subject property. I am representing the application before you this morning, and we have a short presentation. I'll go through that if you will, and then I think my client, Mr. Newcomb, and I have a few words to share with the committee.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Next slide, please, or do I advance these myself? Nope, thank you. So the first slide just outlines for you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the location of the subject property. As you can see, it's located in the subdivision within the hamlet of Camilla, which is identified in your official plan, and that just gives you some context. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photography of the subject property. You can see the driveway and the principal residence and the shape of the property. To the rear is where the current accessory building has been constructed, which is the nature of this subject application. We're here before you with a zoning amendment application to allow that accessory structure to be converted for use for residential occupancy. And we'll get into some of the planning policies around that in a moment. Next slide, please. So again, yes, the proposal is specifically to allow the detached garage to be converted into a proposed dwelling unit, as well as its dual use as storage for the property. The garage itself is just slightly under 1,500 square feet, and the secondary dwelling unit would be proposed to have a one-bedroom unit, complete with a kitchen and a three-piece washroom. The water proposed for this to service the dwelling unit is to be provided from the existing well that services the dwelling unit, and a new sewage system has been constructed with the accessory building to the rear, and I can show you that on the site plan. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the site plan based on the building permit drawings and the survey that was completed. You'll see the existing residence at the front, the driveway, and an extension to the driveway that's been installed to the back where you see the footprint of the accessory building. Shaded in blue is the outline of the portion of that structure which is proposed to be converted for residential. And you can see behind the building the tank and tile field for the septic system that was installed. Next slide, please. So these are just some photographs of the property. The first one on the left side of the screen is taken from the road, and it's meant to display from a streetscape perspective. You're not really seeing much of the accessory building, which is located towards the rear of the property. From a streetscape perspective, this structure does not have much of an impact, if any, on the streetscape. The second photograph to the right is a photograph of the completed structure. Well, in terms of the accessory building itself. Next slide, please. So we are proposing a site-specific amendment to the existing Hamlet residential zoning. The Camilla subdivision and zoning does have a Hamlet residential zone on it. The zoning bylaw amendment would be site-specific to this property, allowing for specific permissions within the accessory building. We do not require any other special provisions to the zoning bylaw, whether it be lot coverage or other performance standards, setbacks, height, etc. It's simply to allow for the residential occupancy. Next slide, please. So in terms of the planning policy review that we've undertaken, the secondary unit conforms with the provincial policy statement, upper tier, and local planning policies as it relates to minor residential infill. We are located within a settlement area, specifically a hamlet, where residential infilling is supported through the provincial planning policies all the way down to the local planning policies. I would point out that this proposal is also consistent with some of the direction the province has taken recently with respect to additional units. As council may be aware, provincial changes to the Planning Act have made as of right permissions for up to 3 units in fully serviced areas, in urban areas where a property zoned for residential purposes in an area that is identified as a settlement area on water and sewer. The Planning Act now allows a total of 3 units on those types of properties. So one would be located within the dwelling, your typical basement apartment, if you will, and the third would be the coach house or the unit within an accessory building. Again, the province changes to the Planning Act are limited to fully serviced areas. It does not extend to areas like this where you have private services. But it is discretionary to the municipality in terms of whether or not they choose to move those permissions forward in those areas. In your municipal bylaw, you do allow for additional units, provided you have a lot size of 10 hectares, which is obviously not the case in this particular application. We have reviewed section 5(1)(g)(1) of your zoning bylaw as it relates to secondary dwelling units in rural zones, and we meet those provisions that would apply in the event that this property was in a rural area. So in conclusion, the zoning bylaw amendment conforms with the purpose and intent of the planning documents, including the town's official plan. On a technical basis, my client has retained qualified consulting engineers to address concerns the township had with respect to the capability of this property to support additional residential unit, both from a well water supply perspective as well as the sewage system perspective. So we have produced those documents from qualified professionals. They have been reviewed by your peer review consultant and have been accepted. So we've demonstrated technical feasibility on the servicing side of things. So that concludes my presentation on the planning merits of the application. We have reviewed the staff report, and I think Mr. Newcomb would like to just explain a little bit about the history of the project and the family's needs with respect to this additional unit. So, Roy?
Good morning, all. Appreciate your time. My name is Roy Newcomb. I'm the original owner of 20 Madill Drive. And the intent of making an apartment in the existing workshop I have out back, which is fully capable of accommodating an apartment, was to move my daughter out there. I'm 20 years in that property, original owner. My intent is to be the forever owner. The idea behind moving my daughter out there is to give her some level of independence. And also so that she could take care of us as we get older. We have no intention on moving. That is our forever home. And we wanted to make sure our daughter had every opportunity to have the opportunity of a level of independence, because in today's market in the real estate, there's absolutely no chance that she will ever get an apartment of her own in the discontinued landscape of real estate. So I appreciate you considering this. Thank you.
Your worship.
Yes.
So I would recommend now that council hears from the public.
Okay. At what point do we turn to Deborah for any comments?
I would think the council should hear from the public, and I think Mr. Stone or Mr. Newcomb should have the opportunity to respond to any public inquiries, and then council would also have an opportunity to ask to confer with the public and or to confer with Mr. Stone or Mr. Newcomb.
Thank you. If you could just wait, and we'll call on the public to come forward. So is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to this? If you'd like to come forward and state your name and address. Just one at a time if we can. Or actually two at a time. That would make it very efficient, but I'll recognize one at a time. So who wants to go first?
Oh, you want to go first, Norm? I'll go first. Yep, Norm Patterson.
Sorry, Norm, if you could just press the right button on the microphone.
I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
There you go.
Norm Patterson. I live at 18 Madill. Yes, next door to Roy. Mm-hmm. And from the beginning, he has changed his stories. First of all, it was going to be a shed. Then it was going to be a garage. The taller door on the right-hand side was going to be for his
Sports cars?
Hmm?
Sports cars?
Originally, sports cars is what he told me, with a lift. Then we hear, no, he's going to be putting in, the bigger door was going to be for his RV unit, those fifth wheels or whatever. So he kept changing his subject through the neighbors. At least 3 neighbors got 3 different stories. If he was going to be doing an apartment for his daughter, why didn't he come forward at the beginning? Including you guys, everybody here. Why didn't he come up with the truth from the beginning? Why did he have to deviate in order to get approvals, including the lawyer, Mr. Stone? Why? Can you guys let us in on a little something?
I don't think we will try and respond. We're here to listen, and
Okay.
but everybody is making points, and we are making note of those points.
Oh, okay. Where's your pen?
I have a good memory.
Just kidding. Just kidding. You'll get to know me eventually. There you go. So do I. So that's what was going on during the construction. Okay? And he's no doubt spent a lot of money on that place. But the other side of the coin is the physical size of the unit. Not the square feet, the vertical. It's 24, 26 feet high. It doesn't look in place with the rest of the subdivision, whether the original subdivision, which is where Dave and I are from, or the new subdivision where Roy is. It's out of place. It's sort of like putting a 3-story hotel there. That's my thinking. It was
too much to begin with when we started seeing the construction. Dave, you might have a few words to say on this as well.
Go ahead, sir. Your name, please.
Dave Brzezinski.
Thank you.
16 Madill Drive. Now, from what I understand, the original intent was a shed/workshop. But it seems to me through the engineering drawings that it was initial intent was already going to be a house. It's already going to be livable quarters. And that's not what the intent was supposed to be when he first built this thing. Now, I have the planning justification report from Mr. Stone, and it says the subject property is 3.7 hectares, which it's not even close to that. I mean, this is one mistake on this report. How many others are there? So I don't know if they're trying to make it look like the property is bigger than it's supposed to be, but it's not. It's not even an acre. I mean, I did some quick calculations on the square footage of the flooring. To me, it's 190 square meters, which I believe is bigger than his own house. It is not 50 meters from his house. It is not 75 feet away from the swale of the stormwater management. So I'm really curious as to know how this thing got built. Now, everybody says it was built according to specs, within the laws. I don't see it. After the more and more I dug into it. So I would really like to know answers to that one, as to how this thing got passed.
And also with the structure, the septic bed, that is far, far too close to the swell line. Is, I don't know, maybe 20 feet, 30 feet max? Supposed to be 75. Oh, okay. What's the construction of the ground? Most of it, not all of it, is clay. And of course, when you do a septic system, before you put in the pipes, there is gravel, usually limestone that goes in there, and then the pipes are put in and buried. Where does the water go? Especially in clay. It doesn't go down. It moves to the path of least resistance, which is going to be close to the swell line. We already have one of our neighbors, when the building was first constructed, he did a well test. He did a well test for years, 3 times a year. When they started digging, E. coli.
He's had it ever since.
And he's
He
had
to
it
put
ever-
UV filter system in. So, I mean, there's a lot of disturbances in the ground when you do that.
Any questions of our delegates? Thank you. And your comments are part of the formal record on this application.
I just wanted to ask, did you get our petition?
Yes.
Okay.
And it will form part of the record for this application as well. Go ahead.
Just a question about the E. coli. You're talking about a well in an associated area?
Yep.
And is that near the swell? Is that near the swell?
It does run through them. I'd have
No,
to,
his does not.
I'd have to show you on
Number
the
28,
picture.
number 28.
Oh, it's 28? I
Yeah,
thought it was
Terry and
24.
Alicia.
So that's downstream from this area?
Correct.
Yes.
And could you repeat what the findings are?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat the findings with respect to the contamination? Could you repeat what you said? I'm not clear on what you said there's.
As far as the E. coli?
Yeah.
It's a building, it's house number 28, which is Terry and Alicia.
Yes.
They test their water 3 times a year. And when we were walking around with the petition, they told us that as soon as the ground was broke to build this structure, they had their water tested and it was full of E. coli. So they had to go in and put a UV system in to eliminate that.
And when was this septic bed put in?
Septic bed, I'm not sure. That's
What?
That's a Roy question.
The disturbance, so I'm not clear on the disturbance. Is the disturbance the building of the building or the?
The building of the building,
I see, okay.
Yeah.
It's not the use of the septic bed.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are we done?
Yeah,
Unless you have something else.
I've got a lot of issues, but for another day.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your
you.
attendance today. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address the application? Come on forward, sir. And I will turn to anyone online at some appropriate point. Have a seat, sir, and if you could give us your name and address. Just the, and there you are.
David Logan, 2 Madill Drive. My concern, similar to the previous homeowners, is regarding the intent of the property when it was initially built, in terms of when it was initially built and the applicant and what was his purpose for, and then with a short time later, it's now changed. I'm concerned that the precedent that the town would make, if that such thing, if you're allowing this to happen, if his intent was initially to do that, that's one thing, and he come and applies and does the necessary work to get done, but to apply, to do something with the intent, and then switch it in a short time later, I respect the fact that, there's an intent for his daughter to, possibly live there and care for them. But that could change as well, because he has changed the intent of the property already and what his purpose is, and now he's changing that again. I don't know the long-term solution, what he's going to do, and I know the town does not, as per, I did email the town asking for because our concern is really, is this going to turn into some sort of short-term rental residence in that regards? And I know the town does not have a policy, and that's not to be litigated today. But my question is just because he built it for a certain need, and then now he's applying to change it. And that precedent for the town, if you allow that, if you allow it for this applicant, I assume that this would be similar to other applicants applying when they build something and then change it later in a short time later. And that's my concern. Yeah, the possibility of having an Airbnb or short-term rental, is that a concern? Yes, because we have other people coming into the neighborhood and that, but I don't know what his intent, and he's indicated, the homeowners indicated that's not his intent, but that could change because the policy, the structure itself of what he intended to do has changed. And those are my concerns in terms of what that can be and the precedent the town is doing with regarding that. I do think if he was going to, and we have heard from several homeowners what his intent was, but I think initially when he built the structure, yes, I do think it's, a different structure that's, from the town, which Norm has said, and the neighborhood itself. But I do think if at the time he was going to build it and that was his intent, then he should have applied at the time for that, not build and then, let's say a bait and switch type of concept when he built the place. Those are my concerns.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Any further comments from the audience? Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good.
Thank you everyone for taking your time, and thank you for having this meeting. I won't rehash everything that's already been said.
And if you could state
I'm
your-
so sorry.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
so Paul Gay, 36 Madill.
Thank you.
I became aware of this situation with the petition that went around that I in fact did sign with respects to having this building reclassified as a residential unit. I do have concerns with respects to that. As was said earlier, one of the points being made that there was significant research done and information provided. It's all on your website. That's what I have here. And I have noticed that there are a number of discrepancies in it with respects to the size of the buildings, the size of the land, and so on and so forth. So I just want to make sure that it is being reviewed properly. The only other point that I'd like to make is that from my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not in planning and development, but second units are not permissible in a hamlet. And now all of a sudden we're comparing this new building to provisions for rural property. And it doesn't even meet a tenth of those restrictions. Where I'm concerned is if this does get passed, does that open up all of the properties for 2 homes or 3 homes, multiple dwellings? My intent moving to a larger piece of property was not to have multiple homes on a single lot. We could have moved into a subdivision in town. This piece, the pictures shown are accurate at the beginning from the front, but from the sides or the rear of the property, as was stated earlier, this building is massive. As a garage or a pool house or a shed, that's fine. But if it becomes a second home, I have concerns with that at the property as it stands and other properties. I too have young children that are struggling with the housing market. I can empathize with that, but a forever home, there's no such thing as forever. If that property goes up for sale as a two-family dwelling property, it changes the landscape of the whole community. And I think with the number of signatures on that petition, I think a lot of people share that same concern.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
No. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your submissions.
Okay, thank
Any further comments from the audience? Is there anyone joining us online who wants to speak to this? We have some observers.
We got a hand up on SR.
SR. I can't read from here, but, oh, it's Shauna Robbins.
Shauna Robbins.
Shauna, if you could activate your camera if possible. It's not necessary, but unmute yourself if you can.
Yeah, I don't think she's hearing us.
No. Okay, we can get back to you.
There she's on.
Oh, there we go.
I'm sorry about that. I had to reload.
That's okay. Go ahead, and if you could just state your name for the record.
It's Shona Robbins, and I'm at 13 Madill.
And do you have a submission on this application, Shauna?
I do, actually. I was approached by Dave and Norm with the petition, and again, in conclusion to what some of the other neighbors are saying with housing costs, you can empathize that the folks at 20 would like to have a second dwelling for their daughter. My question to both Norm and Dave was more about their thoughts of multi-generational living. In our hamlet, we have quite a few homes that do have multi-generational living. Even some of the folks that came and spoke with you today, they have multiple generations living in their homes. Yes, it is not a second dwelling. Yes, it may change the outcome of what the neighborhood looks like, but I believe that the issue of the second dwelling did come up even during the election period 4 years ago. And a lot of Mono residents as a whole are looking to this alternative because of the housing options available to either their aging parents or their younger children or other members of their family. Now, I understand that the neighbors are upset that Mr. Stone built under different assumptions of what that building was going to end up being. Along the way, the town of Mono has allowed it. Whether they were privy to this ending up to be a second dwelling, I'm not sure. But I did not sign the petition only for the fact being that many of the people who have signed the petition may have an apartment in their home, or they do have other family members. But more so, my issue was that we don't have any ruling when it comes to short-term rentals, long-term rentals, Airbnb, verbos. And I really do feel that after 4 years, this does need to be an important element or bylaw that is brought into council, because these are going to start popping up more and more frequently in the town of Mono. And the last thing we want is to have neighbors constantly fighting over who's living on the property, what's allowed, what's not allowed. At this point, the building is there. So I understand that the neighbors are concerned about who's coming and going. I live very close to this residence. I do have small children, and I would like to know who's coming and going. If after the Stone family are no longer there, what other potential owners would want to do with that property. So my take on this is that the building is there. What council does in terms of passing it as a second dwelling or not is an obvious issue. But there needs to be a push on having some bylaws on what happens with short-term rentals. If Mr. Stone changes his mind again, if they move, my concern is what then happens to that dwelling down the road. And what happens if other neighbors want to build a second dwelling as well? The province is obviously pushing for this. Even in small urban areas, people are being encouraged by our provincial government to build multiple dwellings or these backyard dwellings. So I really do feel the town of Mono needs to get ahead of this, and then 4 years later, I still think we're behind this. This was brought up as a question in some of our open forums, and it's still not dealt with. So trying to decide, I think, is one thing, and I will leave that up to council, and obviously some of the neighbors have good reasons for concerns about the second dwelling. My concern is moving forward, what are we going to do about these second dwellings and short-term rentals? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Shauna? Thank you very much for your input on that. Oh, come on forward, and if you could identify yourself.
That's David Logan, to Madill. In regards to Ms. Robbins' comment about the building is there, I just don't think that we should, just because the building's there, we should allow, it to forthcome and move to a facility different when it initially was. The fact that, yes, it's there and what his intentions are, I've already discussed. But the fact that it's there and all of a sudden we have to deal with it and allow it, I just don't think that's a suitable answer or response in that regards. I do agree with her comment that there has to be a policy, or should be a policy regarding the short-term rentals in that regards to the township, and I'm sure you'll review that. But at the same time, as well as, I also think, yes, I understand the idea that there's been many discussions about, secondary residence on homes and everything else in that regards, but I also believe that it, depending on, what your policy is in terms of the size of the property and the intention of the property, or where the property is in that regards, should have some bearing on that decision in that regards, not just because someone has built that property for that particular reason. Okay.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any further comments from people online? Before I turn to the applicant and his representative, any last comments from the gallery? Come on forward. Sorry.
I'd like to make a comment about Sean.
Okay. And if you could press the button to activate.
Dave Brzezinski, 16 Madill Drive. So my question is, if the intent was to be a resident, secondary resident from the beginning, which I believe it was, why not, like other houses in our neighborhood, have built additions onto their house so it's still within the same structure for their children as they get older to take care of their parents? I don't see a need to have a separate building, a second dwelling, to have someone live there to take care of them when they get older. And like I said, there's already been other houses in our neighborhood that have made additions onto it for their families to live in. So that's my point. I don't see why that had to happen that way.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ralph?
I just want to make a comment about Shona's words. The concept of a granny houses, or whatever you'd like to call them, as something that has come up in council over the last 4 years. It's not something that we have made any concrete approach to or had any decisions, but we're well aware of the pressure, the housing pressure that's on all of us, and particularly young people, and we're aware of the direction the province is going, and we're also aware of the understanding that residents have when they move into a place, that they're moving into a certain type of a residential area. So it would be a big move to add granny houses to an acceptable addition to properties, and maybe that's the direction we're going. I just wanted you to know that we are considering it, and we're just not rushing into it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call on the applicants, or there's a hand up in the back. One more comment, and then I'm turning to the applicants.
Is this on?
Yes, it's live.
Like Norm Patterson, 18 Madill again. When you guys are doing the planning and the committees and all this for a structure, when it gets rubber stamped, as I like to call it, what's to say that it has to stay the same? If it's going to be a garage, why are we here even today? Because somebody wants to make a change. What about the original? Why? Who's allowing this to change from a garage to a second dwelling and a shop? Just asking. Because I think the wool has been pulled over everybody's eyes here. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good question, but to answer it, whether we like it or not, the owner, the applicant has the right to make an application to it for a change. That doesn't mean it's going to be granted, but he has the right to make that application.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Feel free to respond to anything that you've heard here or amplify on your original comments.
Certainly, thank you. And first of all, thank you to the residents that took the time out of their day to come out and get involved in this process. It is a public planning process. We all understand that this is what it's for, and no decisions will be made. This is an information gathering session, and having worked in the planning field, both as a municipal planner and a private sector planner for over 35 years, it's critical to the process. So I applaud the neighbors for taking the time to come out. I'm not going to speak about the intent and what Roy's initial discussions may or may not have been with the community in terms of the building. I can say that I have received and I have copies of the building permit applications that were originally filed and submitted and approved, both for the building and the septic system. So those things were properly applied for and constructed, and whether or not we're here in front of you today with a request for a zoning change, that building is allowed to exist in its current height, location, and function as it was applied for. Mr. Newcomb has come forward with an application through this public planning process to change that use. I don't know if the history matters too much, and again, I don't know it, and I don't want to get into it. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think Mr. Peterson referred to me as a lawyer. I am not a lawyer. As I indicated, I am a land use planner, and I've been retained by Mr. Newcomb to help him with this process. I also want to applaud Mr. Brzezinski, who picked up the typo in my report, where he identified 3.7 hectares or whatnot. This was a decimal placement change, and I applaud him for picking up on that, but it's 3,700 square meters, the size of the property, not 3.7 hectares. So again, there was nothing in terms of an intent to mislead anyone with that inaccuracy in our report, but I'll take responsibility for that as a typo. The only other thing I would like to mention is, as I've said, and I think some folks have noticed and observed the provincial initiative in these matters, and I've identified that the as-of-right permissions extend only in the province of Ontario to fully serviced areas. And I've advised council that other municipalities throughout the GTA have chosen to use the discretionary powers to extend these permissions to rural areas. And just to give you a few examples, Georgina in York Region has done that. The city of Kawartha Lakes, which is the amalgamated area around Lindsay, and has chosen to do that because there is an acknowledgement of the need given this housing crisis that we're in. Parents aging in place, kids coming home from school, don't have a job yet, want independence and freedom. And it's a ways and means the province is trying to help with this housing crisis. And from my perspective as a land use planner, if we can demonstrate feasibility from the servicing perspective, which is what we've done here, and I'll defer to your staff and your peer review consultants, but I think we've spent a lot of time working on both the well water situation and the private servicing for the sewage system, and I think we've satisfied that technical test. But from my perspective, I think it's an honest application that's come forward to address, in Mr. Newcomb's case, a need for additional housing. Yeah, and to I think it was Ms. Robbins who said, Mr. Stone, it's not my building or my intent, you picked that up. But I would say, again, stepping out of my role as a land use planner and a consultant retained by Mr. Newcomb, myself, your deputation from the CIBC folks earlier in today's meeting, I think he made reference to interest rates back his parents' days. And I remember 13% when I first got into the market. Myself, I'm looking at a coach house and taking advantage of the provincial changes to the Planning Act for my son, who has come home from university and can't afford to get into the market. So I think this is an indication of a need here, and those are the comments I will leave with you. And again, I want to thank the public for coming out and expressing their concerns, and we want to continue to work with staff, the community, and council as this project moves forward.
Okay. Any questions of the applicants? Fred?
Yeah, I just want to get some of the dates straight. I'm looking at the picture of the structure you built, and I know Mr. Stone has just said it was done. If you could just reiterate, Mr. Stone, when that garage workshop was built, it was built with all the permits in place, the septic system was built with a permit, and everything was done legally, right? What I don't know is the date. When was this building built?
I can take a look at my notes here, but Mr. Newcomb might be able to provide those details to you.
It was completed August 24.
August 24 it was completed.
Sorry, August 24 it was completed.
Okay. And when then, after you built it, did you decide that you wanted to change its use from a garage and a workshop to a one-bedroom unit?
Well, after the building was up, I started to get the thought that this would be an ideal spot to move my daughter out. She was going through some personal challenges, needed some personal space. So
what date would that be?
Probably last year. Probably last year when I reached out to Dan for some support to explore this avenue.
In about mid-2025?
Yeah.
Okay. I just have to say, again, we're not making decisions today, and I'm not making any judgments, but I do say, after listening to the residents, when I look at the picture, that's a very handsome workshop garage that you built with a porch and veranda, and when I look at the front door, it just doesn't seem, I'm just wondering, did you put a front door with a glass?
Right. So the intent was to have a pool in between the two structures. So that was the title on the.
Where would the pool? Between your house and the.
Yeah, there's a designated spot for it, which is highlighted in some of the drawings and some of the planning.
Oh, I see. Okay. Those are
the building was constructed the same architectural as the house to make sure that it looked exactly like. It's got the same brick, same metal roof, same windows, same everything, same.
And the fact that it has gable windows up there, does that allow a second story to be built in this building?
No, no. There's
There's
just a space above the
Okay,
mezzanine
okay.
that would be eventually the bedroom. It's a very small area in that building. We're actually making a small apartment. It's just a 3-piece bath. That's it.
Those are my questions.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again. I'm going to ask Deborah Alexander if you have anything you'd like to add at this point.
Nothing, unless you had a question that you wanted me to clarify, I'd be happy to do that.
I do have one, actually, and that is, much has been said about the by right ability to add a second or third residence on a property if it's fully serviced. And then some municipalities further extending that. Are there not also building code restrictions that would that you'd bump up against, notwithstanding that right, that would mitigate against those kind of constructions in terms of minimum sizes for various things?
The minimum size for a secondary dwelling is actually quite small. My recollection, because I don't have the bills in front of me, was that the municipality's ability to limit or to prevent very small secondary dwellings has been limited. I would have to look into that further and give you those absolute numbers. In terms of this hamlet, the existing zoning does permit an apartment within an existing house, but it does not permit an apartment or a residence in a separate structure on the property. And that's the intent of this amendment, was for this property and this accessory structure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again, and council will at some point in the future make a determination on this based on your input and request, as well as the public input that we've heard here today, and any subsequent input that we get from either yourselves or the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may. Two things. Those that spoke today, if you could please put your name and address down on the official record form so we can get your spelling correct. We don't want to miss any spelling errors on your last name. And secondly, Deb, if you could just confirm the mayor's just previous discussion on the process moving forward, so the public's aware of how Mr. Stone and Mr. Newcomb would have to respond, and how we would walk through the final stages of this process.
Okay, so this is a public meeting. The intent, as Mr. Stone stated, is to collect public information, public comments, comments from council, comments from residents, either written or made verbally here. You are still able to provide written comments if you wish, and those will be added to the file. We will issue a letter to Mr. Stone outlining all of the comments that have been received through the circulation of the applications, as well as at these meetings. And it is Mr. Stone's responsibility to provide a resubmission to the town that can be analyzed and responding to each of these issues that you have all raised. And then staff will assess that response. We will look for any additional studies that might be required, and then we will bring a recommendation report to council to a future council meeting for a decision on this.
Thank you. Our deputy mayor has a further question, comment?
Yes. A comment was made about the septic system and a neighboring well. I'm not making a judgment on that. What I want to know, Mr. Newcomb, is the washroom in this building, has it been used?
No.
It's never been used?
Not as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
Fred, if I can clarify, the comment was made that the contamination of the well was associated with the building of this building, not the use of the septic bed.
That's what I
Maybe I
understood.
misunderstood then. I thought it had something to do with the septic bed being on clay, but, okay, thanks.
That's what I understood. Elaine, you had a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. take that down. So at the beginning, I thought there was a mention of a staff report, but I didn't see a staff report. Was there a staff report accompanying this document?
So there's a staff report from Alexander Consulting, that's Deborah's report.
Oh, okay, no, thank you. I was looking for a staff report that said recommendations to council or anything like that. All I can find is the actual,
So Councillor Capes, the purpose of the stat meeting is for,
consultant's report, so maybe I'm just missing it somewhere. That's no problem. What hasn't been mentioned is the driveway. And when I look at the space, it looks to me like that driveway is right up against the property line and would therefore then be traffic going up and down that whole neighboring property. And I'm not sure if that's what it's meant to look like, or is there some, I hope we'll get comments back on that from our planner.
Would either of you like to address the issue of the driveway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can acknowledge that it was an initial observation of my own. When I saw the air photography, it does look very tight, but we've confirmed through surveys that there is enough room. And the driveway has been constructed, as you've seen in the photographs, that leads back to the two bay doors on the building. And that will continue to be used regardless of this application, right?
Right. Okay. Great. Well, thank you again. And thank you to the members of the audience and those online who participated in this process. And just to reiterate, it is very important that if you spoke here today and you want your comments to be part of the formal record, that you give us your name and other information as required. I don't see a clipboard over there yet, but oh, it's right there. Okay. So if you could fill that out on your way out the door, that would be greatly appreciated. And I have a motion that we close the public meeting and resume the regular meeting of council, upon which I'm going to have a 15-minute break. That's moved by Councillor Cape, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion carries, and we will resume our work in 15 minutes.
And thank you to all of the people who came out in the gallery there and online. It's really good to make sure that we have people participating, so thank you.
Object to that.
We're back live. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I just have a follow-up motion from the last piece of business. And the motion reads that a planning report zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2025-02 dated March 24th, 2026 be received, and that comments presented at the statutory public meeting by council and members of the public be referred to staff to be addressed in a report to a future council meeting. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Mangtalo. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. And now I turn to the application for a noise exemption permit for the Saugeen Schutzhound Club of Ontario. And we have with us today Julia Stemp. If you'd like to come forward. So we have received your written application, and I gather you've had discussions with our clerk. Do members of council have any questions for Ms. Stemp? Fred?
Yeah, I've read your submission, and I'm fine. What I don't know, because claims have been made, how noisy are these dogs? Are they going to bark all night?
No.
Can you guarantee that?
No. Well, yes and no. We are going to hire security overnight, so there will be an independent person going around, and if there was any noise, the owners are on site. There's no dogs left there unattended, and they would be kicked out if there was an issue.
So you mean if one of the campers had a dog that simply wouldn't behave, that camper would be kicked out?
Yes.
Okay, so.
I mean, they can't be barking all night. I mean, if people shouldn't be wandering around after a certain time, we're going to close the gates. We're not going to have transient people coming in. So, people, they might walk back to their camper at 11 o'clock or whatever for the night after being inside. And there might be a barking for a couple of minutes as people walk back to their camper, and then it should be all quiet.
And the camper people are going to be told that don't go back to your tents or whatever and have the music on loud and have parties and be singing. They're going to be told to be quiet after whatever, 11 o'clock or.
Yeah, and the fairgrounds has been very accommodating, and we've got one of the buildings, so any of the music or activities of gatherings of people will be inside.
Okay.
For the evening hours type of thing after dinner.
With the doors open or closed, or is it too soon to know?
Too soon to know totally, but I mean, prefer closed, of course. But I mean, if it's 90 degrees in August, I
Fair
might.
enough. Fair enough.
They do have some fan systems. I did inquire because I know they don't have air in a barn.
Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was quite intrigued by this, and so I did some looking up on the website to find out all about these games. Now, it says that a key aspect of these IGP trials under obedience is gunshots. Will there be gunshots?
There is 2 shots per dog, and we're expecting 40 dogs. And they're timed as they're doing their obedience, and they're starter pistols. They're not full loud. I don't know my guns, but they're not a full.
Yep. Okay, that's good to know. So that's not listed in your request for the exemption.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ralph?
Sorry, I just have, if you wouldn't mind, thank you, Ralph.
Go ahead.
A question about the paragraph 2 in your letter says that you're not aware of campfires being permitted. But I think we should clarify that right now so that we're all straight on whether campfires are allowed or not.
It won't matter. We're not allowing them. But they're going to be given a waiver to sign with the requirements for hours of noise or type of activities, and campfires will be listed as a non-optional
Right,
item.
and you will police that?
Yes, and the security.
Okay,
Just
no,
at some
that's
point I
great.
might
Thank
sleep.
you very much.
No, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Ralph?
By now, you're aware that we're fairly sensitive to noise at this location.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm wondering, have you considered what type of messaging you might give to all of the people that are attending this in terms of our concern about dogs barking, et cetera?
For sure. Yeah, there will be on the website. I mean, I've been waiting to update our website for the event because if I have to change it, I have to change everything, with locations, hotels. So I've just been sitting back once I heard about this bylaw revision and the concerns. But certainly it will be what is permitted as far as barking dogs, to keep it to a minimum, where in the daytime hours that the dogs only on the field should be barking and not encouraging barking. I mean, these are trained dogs, and so they can be told to bark and told not to bark. But somebody walking by and it startles them, they would for a moment, like at my own home, my own dogs, they can bark 3 times. And I look and I say, it's clear, thank you, and I go on my way. We don't go, the whole time and continue on. Like, these dogs are not meant to do that. They are to alert.
Okay. So just
The message is important, though.
I think the message is important, and if you can ensure that they get there. And the second question is, I'd like you to come to my home and train my dog.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
We're passionate about it. We love it.
Well, I do too, but he continues to bark. And, we've never had anybody break into the house yet.
It is preventative.
Thank you. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. My dog is a beautiful black German Shepherd, and she's sitting on the floor here, and she's not barking at all. Even the FedEx guy came and delivered a package. Look how good she is. She could be in your games. Anyway, I noticed that there was a March 15th deadline, and that has passed. So
Yeah, so I do have to answer to the board. We're doing this as a host. And the board said to me that as soon as I knew about this, I told them our concerns and our issues. They did say that they would like to have this resolved by March 15th because we need to then look at other places. And so when I sent this first in to Fred, he said that that's impossible. So I said, that's fine. I'm going to keep it in there just so you know that it is urgent. But the message, I would like a response, I guess, as soon as it's, possible, because there is a lot of planning to do, and I have put everything on hold until this is resolved.
I suspect you'll have one today.
Okay, thank you. I was just concerned about that we missed the
Yes.
deadline.
Mhm.
Okay. I have a slight bias. I brought my dog's ribbon in with me today, and very noisy breed, Norwegian Buhund.
Oh.
And I would love you to train Frasier not to bark. But we appreciate her barking as a guard dog. I take it you know your community well, your fellow dog owners well, and
I've attended dog shows up here previously at the fairgrounds, the Canadian Kennel Club ones that are held here every year. But our training group, the club, is in Amaranth, and so we're on the other side of the road.
Okay.
And they actually did animal control, Olympus Canine and Agape Canine for mono at times. So it's all responsible dog ownership. We don't, we have oversight, and it's all humane, and it's a social group as well. We want to get together and talk about our dogs.
So I think it's important, but it's also incumbent upon you to relay the message that we are concerned first and foremost about noise.
Yes.
And it's hence this process that you're going through here today. I want to acknowledge that we did receive a letter from Mark Darby with concerns about noise and approval of the exemption. I'm not going to let him speak because he's not a delegation today, but we did all receive that, Mark. Thank you for that. Any further questions or comments? So I have a motion that we approve the issuance of a noise exemption permit pursuant to Bylaw 2026-8, noise bylaw to the Saugeen Schutzen Club of Ontario and the Oneida Working Dog Club and the German Shepherd Schnauzhound Club of Canada to hold the 2026 Canadian German Shepherd Dog Championships and Seeger Show from July 8th to August 2nd, 2026 at the Orangeville Agricultural Society Fairgrounds, and that a permit shall be conditional to all terms detailed in the permit, including but not limited to use of amplified sound as detailed in the permit, to provide the town with a phone number for the on-site event organizer who will be responsible for making any adjustment to sound levels as directed by Mono's bylaw enforcement officer. And Mr. Clerk, I'm just thinking, to be consistent with what we did with the Orangeville Agricultural Society, having a line and any other reasonable conditions deemed appropriate by the clerk.
Well, Your Worship, can add that, though I thought it was would be included as part of the all terms detailed in the permit, including but not limited to.
Not limited to. It's
That-
redundant.
that implies.
It's redundant.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave that out. So that
Oh,
is.
and, excuse me, Your Worship, if I may, I know it was just a matter of when you read the resolution, but it's actually July 28th.
July 28th, my apologies. Okay. Any further debate, discussion? Motion? Moved by Ralph, seconded by Fred. Any opposed? Elaine, are you opposed to the motion?
No, thank you. Question, now that the motion is on the table. Was there a conversation about the fee being waived?
I didn't catch that, sorry.
We had requested that the fee be waived as this was booked and paid for before the bylaw came into place.
Fred, your position on that?
As I had mentioned to council last meeting, my recommendation to council is that if anything had been previously booked, that council consider a waiver of the fee. And if council wishes to just state that as a policy for the for any other applicants that come this year, that can be verified that they had been pre-booked, then it becomes automatic.
Well, I think specific to your event, I hope the will of council is that we waive the fee in view of the timing on this. But I do, after we finish with this motion, I do want to say something to council about the Orangeville Agricultural Society. And anyways, it has nothing to do with your organization. Elaine?
So do we need a friendly amendment to say, and we consider to waive the fee?
If you can add it to the resolution, but if council's willing to give staff direction at this point to accept that, the staff's recommendation about pre-existing bookings, then.
I'm happy to see you get direction on that if everyone else is. Okay.
Okay.
So there is no opposition to the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Before we move on, I just wanted to mention to council that at the previous meeting where we had a delegation from the Orangeville Agricultural Society, I asked on multiple occasions for a copy of their financial statements and was told categorically that I would be receiving such the next day. And it was not a request contingent necessarily on the waiver of the fee, although that would have had a bearing on whether we waive the fee or not. Yesterday, having not received a copy of the financials, I did get an email from the general manager to the effect that they take the position that we are not entitled to receive the financials by way of email, as their fee has been waived. I thought it was very odd logic. And I wrote back to remind the general manager that under the provincial legislation, anyone is entitled to not only the financials, but various other documents that come out of the annual general meeting, which they've just had, and that whether or not we waive the fee or not does not diminish our interest and concern with receiving the financial report and any other documentation that they would otherwise submit to the province. So just to bring everybody up to date, that's where we stand. Okay. We would at this point be returning to our election sign bylaw, but I've been asked if we could deal with the item that is the report to council on the Strong matter, 25th Side Road. Deborah has another meeting at which she has to attend, and maybe we should see if we can deal with that, and then we will return to our discussion of the sign bylaw. Deborah, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that consideration. I was booked in here before the other municipality tagged me on a bylaw that I didn't think I needed to be there for, but apparently I do. So I have to run. So this one has been here with us since 2022. It's an official plan amendment. It's a zoning bylaw amendment. This property is on the south side of 25th Side Road. It's east of Blind Line, and it's just on the edge of the Camilla wetland. So it's surrounded by that wetland. And through the course of these sort of 3 or 4 years of back and forth, we've had a number of environmental impact studies, natural heritage studies done. Burnside has reviewed, I think we're on the 4th or 5th iteration at this point. So there's been a lot of back and forth. Staff's been working really hard on this one. Where we finally landed was that the agent for Strong offered the town a mitigation and enhancement strategy. What that does is it will, when we looked at the natural heritage evaluation, it showed that the habitat in this area surrounding this site wasn't that great. And it could use improvement. It could be a net gain to the township if we were able to have this mitigation enhancement strategy enacted so that all of those environmental benefits could be made to this provincially significant wetland. So in that way, we have now come to a conclusion that, firstly, the EIS shows us that there's no negative impact, which was my primary concern, if you'll recall, in the public meeting last January. So there's no environmental impact to this, and with the addition of the mitigation and enhancement strategy, we actually get a net gain to the habitat of this provincially significant wetland. So now I don't know if you want me to go into a little bit more of this, but in terms of the planning policies, we're now in agreement with the provincial planning statement, so there's no concerns there. So this application satisfies the policies of the provincial planning statement. This application also satisfies the county's official plan, the town's official plan as well. So now we're now down to a point where we can say, with no negative impacts to this wetland feature and no negative impacts to this natural heritage area, now we can get down to the point where the owners are asking us to revise the natural heritage mapping, the overlay, to actually identify on the ground the boundaries of this provincially significant wetland and to identify the buffer area surrounding this provincially significant wetland. The wetland itself was mapped by the owners in association with the Conservation Authority. A couple of years back, that mapping was sent to the Ministry of Natural Resources and accepted. So the ministry's mapping now reflects the boundary of the provincial wetland. The natural heritage system of the Mono mapping hasn't caught up to that. So that's part of what this official plan amendment is doing, is it's bringing the town's natural heritage mapping for this site into conformity with the provincial natural heritage mapping for this site, for this wetland. Because as I said, the boundaries of that wetland were staked on the ground a couple of years ago, so now we just have to translate that into our own mapping. So that's the intent of the official plan. What will happen is, if I can use the phrase, we're going to draw back the natural heritage overlay and limit it to the boundaries of the wetland, which brings the building site into the rural designation. Okay? My proposal is, although the owner requested that the building development area as well as the buffer be brought into the rural designation, my recommendation is that the building envelope be the rural area, the buffer be the EP2 designation to allow us to implement this mitigation strategy, and then the balance of the wetland remains in the EPA 1. Okay, so that was presented to the owner and his agent in a meeting a few weeks ago, and they were in agreement with that approach. So now we get into the nitty-gritty of how to do this. And what I'm proposing that we do is that we use a zoning bylaw amendment with a holding provision, okay? So firstly, coming back to that official plan amendment, it's a county amendment, okay? So the county maintains approval for this particular amendment because it's amending the natural heritage boundaries, okay? So Mona will have to make a decision on whether they support the amendment or not, and then that decision will go to the county, and county council will enact it. Once that's done, if it's positive, then the next step would be that the zoning bylaw amendment would come back to council here with a holding provision. The reason I'm thinking a holding provision, if you're interested in supporting this application, is because the holding provision will allow us to require site plan approval on this. And I wanted to speak to you briefly about that. Because this property is within a set distance of the provincially significant wetland, Mono does have the ability to impose site plan control on this development, on this single-family dwelling. So what I'm proposing that we do, if you're in support of this, is we would, once the county brings the OP amendment and enacts it, we would bring a bylaw back to council here. You would pass it. It would be approved to rezone the building envelope to the rural zone. The buffer and the buffer itself would be in a site-specific environmental protection zone, and the only permitted use would be mitigation and enhancement for that area, okay? And then the remainder of the property would remain in the EPA 1 zone. The holding provision is for them to enter into a site plan agreement with us to implement all of this. So we give them the zoning amendment with a hold, and then once they've made they've entered into a site plan application and an agreement is registered on title and all the securities are held and we're finally absolutely happy with the details of the mitigation strategy, then we would come back and you would lift the hold. So in that way, they can't do anything with this property until all of those environmental benefits are on paper and registered on that title. Is that making sense in terms of how the process would work for this?
I'm just gobsmacked that we've actually found an example of where a site plan can be imposed on a residence because of the proximity to a wetland. I mean, they took it away on everything else. Any questions? Fred?
Well, some comments. First of all, it's a very good report. I had a lot of trouble on the maps identifying where they had restaked the wetland, but now my eyesight isn't that good. Now that I've very, very carefully, Ralph, I've checked it, I can see the line. Ralph and I both had trouble seeing the line, but I think I can see it now.
Maybe we could throw a map up and point it out.
If I may, if we go to page 13 of the report, figure 4B, there's a nice color-coded one there, and there's a pink area, and there's an orange area, and there's a blue area.
Just a minute, which page?
Page 13 of the PDF, so it's figure...
So it's Appendix C.
Oh, there it is, yep, Appendix C at the top of the page.
And it's that dotted line. I can almost read that.
Yeah. No, if we can get that one up on the screen, then we can look at it together.
So that's just a comment, but I understand. I think I got it now. My one concern is, okay, we're going to put a hold on this. They have to do the mitigation, and I can't find the words, but I know the mitigation that we've worked out, I think with Burnside, they have to plant some cedars to create sort of like almost a fence. They have to plant native trees and shrubs, and they have to make sure they deal with invasive species. And when I read that, after they've done all that and they come back and say, now we want to build take the hold off and we'll build the house, who goes and checks to see that they've in fact dealt with invasive species? I asked that, Deborah, because quite frankly, that's not an easy task there. I've spent the last 2 decades dealing with some invasive species, and they're not always easy to tell, and they're certainly not easy to get rid of if the property's got them. I mean, my wife has been working for 20 years on a Bruce Trail property trying to get rid of garlic mustard, and it's a never-ending task. So how do we make sure that in fact, these mitigation details have been fulfilled?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This property, when we looked at the NHS, Burnside identified that actually there wasn't a lot of invasive species going on here. So my interest is more in the replanting and the restoration. This strategy is still in a draft format. What will happen is before the applicant makes their site plan, we will be working with them to sort out the details of this mitigation enhancement, things like planting plans, detailed plans. Burnside has also suggested that they would like to see some habitat in terms of things like bat boxes and things like that, because the natural heritage evaluation did identify potential bat habitat, but it just wasn't of a very good quality. So the idea is that if we can improve the quality of some of these habitats through this strategy, then that's where our net gain is coming from.
I had a second question, if that's
Yep,
okay.
go ahead.
My second question, I'm not sure if it's for you, Deborah, or for Fred Simpson. I can't find the number. On the amount of fill that they're going to need, I was reading that. It's more than our fill bylaw allows, except qualification is if the fill is for the driveway or if it's within 10 meters of the house. So my assumption, when I read the amount of fill they want, they're raising the ground level where the house is going to be built so that it sits well above the water table. Am I reading that correctly? Why don't they need an exemption from, or why don't they need it to fill out a fill permit?
So it'll be captured under site plan control.
What does that mean?
It'll be documented inside the site plan control, the site plan application that they will be entering into.
That they don't need a fill permit?
But they don't need it, and that's an exemption under our fill bylaw, I believe.
So all of the requirements of the fill permit will have to be met. It's just that we'll use a different document instead of making them fill out a separate piece of paper. We'll still regulate the movement of that fill. We'll just do it under the auspice of the planning department and the site plan control.
Okay, I got that, but was I correct that when they actually build the house, they're going to raise the ground? I know they said it's about a 1 meter slope down to the wetland, or whatever it was. But are they also raising the ground there a bit so that the house sits a bit higher off the water table? Maybe I didn't read that correctly. They certainly said by the time they finish the basement, it will be above the water table. So I thought maybe that's where some of the fill is going.
So the expectation is that some of the fill that they will be removing for the basement will be probably organic. So they would have to bring in some fill to number one, create solid ground for footings, and number two, yes, they would have to raise it a bit. And that's why the area is so stringent with respect to the rural designation.
What do they do with the organic fill that they take out?
It would be dispersed. I believe it was mentioned to be dispersed as part of the final grading. Yes, we don't want it to turn into a haul out situation.
Just before I recognize Ralph, confirming that locally sourced fill is used?
When available, as per the way that our fill bylaw designates, but yeah, they'll be advised through the conditions of the site plan In the site plan, we'll be utilizing the requirements of the town's current fill bylaw to have that in the site plan.
It's actually very firm in our fill bylaw that it has to be locally sourced. I don't think there's when it's available. It has to be, unless they ask for an exemption.
There's definitely wording as to, yeah, and that's fair. Like I say, the fill bylaw will become part of the site plan agreement.
Very germane, given what's going on in Durham today, with so much fill being dumped in the region of Durham. The province is going to leave it there because presumably it's too dangerous to haul out. Ralph?
I have a few questions and comments. Deborah, could we get Appendix C up there? That's the diagram that I best shows the buffer zone, et cetera. Could you point out where the staking is?
So that's it. What we have is the difference between sort of the greenish color and the orange color. That's the staking boundary.
I don't know green and orange.
They're up there.
I'm colorblind to that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want me to go up and point them out?
Whatever works for you.
Fred's doing a really
Oh,
good
okay.
job.
Yeah. So you can, I don't know if you're getting shades of gray then, but the outside edge, that line that's being traced right now, south of that, southwest, east of that line is all the provincially significant wetland. And then that intersection that is orange is where the restoration strategy is occurring.
So the buffer,
then
the buffer zone is the first outer layer.
Correct.
And the next layer inside is the, what?
The development envelope, that's where the
Okay.
rural zone would
And
be.
that's the rezoning area. And
Correct.
so the staking is then the outside of along the buffer zone.
Correct.
And that
The
was done-
staking is between the buffer and the provincially significant wetland.
Right.
And then the buffer itself is the area that has to be restored and reinforced and strengthened to help to protect the wetland and to improve that habitat.
So NVCA was involved in doing this, and I noticed that in your report that they have not given you a report yet. I think that's a significant thing that we need to have. The buffer zones are interesting. We used to have a 100-meter buffer zone, and then it's narrowed down to 30. And the idea of the buffer zone, as I understand it, is to insulate the natural features from the impact of the surrounding development. And so the buffer zone here in one place is 2.8 meters. So I'd like to know if NVCA thinks that's adequate. It seems to me from what I know, a little bit of contamination and possibilities, it's a pretty small area. So I think that's an answer that we'd like to have. The other concern I have is about the mapping, and this is a bit of a criticism, but I hope you'll take it as a constructive one. The mapping that is shown to council should be legible. We should be able to read all the numbers and everything, and I can't. I took this Appendix C, I tried to blow it up and print it, it still didn't work for me. Yesterday I went to the site and tried to figure out where the driveway was, because that sort of is a central way of knowing where the property is. And I really didn't. It was really pretty rough because I was using the scale that's on the lower right corner. But it'd be nice to be able to read all these numbers. And I don't think we should accept a mapping if it's not clear to us. It's just window dressing otherwise. I think Burnside still has an outstanding concern, don't they, about the driveway and sightlines?
There were, let me just go back to it now. There was a comment there was a lot of reporting gone back and forth in terms of that driveway. At the end of it all, Burnside and the town agreed that taking into consideration all of the requirements of the site, the issues surrounding the environmental areas, as well as the curvature of the road and the likelihood that, I'm no traffic analyst, okay, I'm just going from what they've told me, the likelihood of drivers slowing down just because they're coming into the curb was very good, regardless that we weren't going to actually be looking at reducing the speed limit in there. And Public Works was finally agreed that this was the best possible location for this driveway, and Burnside made the same statement, but I'm going to let Public Works answer this one if they've got anything more to say.
May I just interrupt? So I think that the criteria should not be, it's the best possible situation here if it's not safe. So basically, we should be answering whether or not a driveway can be put in there that is safe.
I have, and Matt can comment on this, I have an additional concern, and that is Public Works approval is conditional on an entrance permit, or they state, an entrance permit will not be issued until all approvals, planning, and conservation authority conditions have been met. Well, we don't have anything back from the NVCA. So, my concern is that we inadvertently approve this, or we approve it, and then all of a sudden NVCA pops out of the woodwork and has a condition that maybe Public Works can't abide.
I think I tried to address that, John.
Yeah, you did.
We need to know that NVCA is happy with a 2.8 meter buffer zone. I mean, that's extreme, but in general, it's much less than the 30 meter, which is questioned by, conservation authorities as being adequate. But that's what we're stuck with now. It used to be 100 meters, and now it's 2.8.
120.
Oh, really?
Anyway.
I can give you a bit more information on that if you'd like. Okay, all right. So in terms of the buffers, generally what will happen is we'll be given sort of a 30-meter buffer, for instance, and that's the buffer you're working with. However, under the strength of a natural heritage evaluation, those buffers can be reduced, they can be increased. This is 30 meters is sort of the thumbnail, like this is sort of the guiding idea. But on the strength of a natural heritage evaluation, that buffer can be reduced, it can be increased, and we can also have things like enhancement showing up to support a lesser buffer. In addition, the NVCA has already commented that in a previous iteration that they have used average buffers in the past, and they're acceptable in certain situations. In terms of the MVC comments this time, we did ask them for them. We followed up a couple of times. They have not provided their comments. So yeah, we can ask them to make sure that those are in our hands. But you'll note that in the recommendation, nothing is coming back to council for the bylaw until the site plan agreement is filed, like the application's made, all the fees are paid, and then through that site plan agreement, we can deal with anything that pops up through NVCA. And then I think, Matt, were you going to speak on the driveway?
Thanks, Deborah. Yeah, you nailed pretty much how the review went. The owner applicant had their engineer submit a design. They completed a centerline road survey and made a request, which the town's engineer reviewed and accepted. There's no location on the existing frontage that meets the current standard of policy that the town has. But they did review it on traffic standards and agreed with the location that they proposed based on the vertical and horizontal alignments of the road.
I'm sorry, Matt. They was Burnside?
You're,
Correct.
Mike. So the proposed motion is sort of, I wouldn't call it a green light, I'd call it an amber light. And it's conditional on coming back to a future meeting of council for approval upon receipt of a complete application for site plan approval and payment of all outstanding fees, taxes, and deposits. So if council feels comfortable enough to go ahead with that, I think there's, we may see the brakes put on, you know, in terms of, certainly I want to see what the NVCA says. I think it's incumbent upon them to do it. I've been thinking really positively about our conservation authorities in their current format. And I'd like to keep thinking that way, but when they don't get back to us on a comment that is needed for us to feel comfortable, that troubles me a little bit. So is it the wish of council that I read the motion and we can see whether we can go from there?
One more comment?
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with you, John. I think, Deborah, I think I understand the flow of the process, although it's a little bit complicated for my mind. But I think it'd be really good. It seems to me that this thing hinges on the rezoning. I mean, before that, all the maps, whether it was the county or the town of Mona planning or the our Appendix F of town zoning, they all showed this as a potentially significant wetland. And now we've taken a piece out of it and said it's not. And so I think it's important that we have documentation from the people who are responsible for that before we go ahead. So I'd suggest that it'd be good to, I'm not sure, I'm on the board of NVCA, so I'm sort of sitting here saying, why aren't they doing their job? But it'd be good to have that information before we get too far along, and then you said we could always deal with it later, but I think it'd be a good thing to be sure that we're on a good footing now before we keep processing.
I guess that my other concern, and Fred and I talked about this yesterday, and that is the role of the county. I always understood that Mono and Orangeville had some authorities designated to them by the province back in the 1990s that we could sign off on certain applications without reference to at that time to the province, and I would presume that it also means without reference to the county now. Does this have to go through the county?
Thank you. I did send the question specifically to county planning, and I asked them whether this was exempt from county approval or not. Okay. The county, I don't have I can dig out the comments for you, but the county has policies in their official plan that allow delegation of OPAs for most applications, except for a limited number of exceptions. One of those exceptions is anything that would change county natural heritage mapping. And that's what this does.
Well, there's our answer.
I totally agree with John, though. I mean, it's not the county's fault, okay? It's not the town of Mono's fault, but this is massively duplication of bureaucracy. We don't need two planning agencies to approve this. That's just a comment.
Well, they could be a commenting agency if they want to be. Okay, let me read the motion and see if there's any appetite. That the planning report OPA 2022-01 and ZBA 2022-01 to permit one single dwelling, a detached dwelling dated March 24th, 2026 be received, and that the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, including holding provisions as discussed in this report, be brought to a future meeting of council for approval upon receipt of a complete application for site plan approval and payment of all outstanding fees, taxes, and deposits. Mover Ralph, seconded by Fred Nix. Any further debate, discussion, questions, editorials? Okay, I'll call Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Deborah, I just want to say this was very thorough and very thoughtful, and I appreciate the work that you've put into this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank Thank you again, Deborah.
Thank you.
Returning to our election sign bylaw. Any further questions or comments, debate? Ralph?
We've had an understanding here in the town that we would not use a signage. And the reason for that, I don't think is anywhere articulated clearly, but it's my understanding was it was just that people disliked the mess that could be made by having election signs. And there was also an understanding, I think, that municipal elections are far different than big city elections or Dufferin County elections or provincial elections, in that we're dealing with a small number of people. We might have, I'm not sure how many, Fred can tell me, but maybe 2,000 people might vote. And so in our type of election, it's not appropriate to think that these signs are going to make a difference. What makes a difference is you meeting people. That's it. And I can tell you from my experience, I was getting the most votes from the very first time that I ran. Nobody knew me at the beginning, and I just got out there and met people. And I think I interacted with more people than the other members, and I got elected. And I think that's what makes the difference. So I'd take some gentle exception to Fred's background here, which is pretty one-sided in favor of signs. It doesn't show the other side of the picture, which is that the landscape is messed up, and I doubt very much that the issue of name recognition and the voter expression and participation really happens because of signs. I'd like to see a sign bylaw because I think it would add clarity, but I'm not in favor of us having election signs. I think that the value of them has been overstated, and the problem of them has been understated.
Fred?
I hear Councillor Manklow's concerns, but, I mean, first of all, the history is that we haven't used, typically we haven't used signs in Mono, but that's been an understanding. My concern is if we don't have a bylaw at least regulating them, who knows what can happen in the next election. So I'm going to say, other than the 2 points I raised as quibbles about the draft sign bylaw, I'm in favor of this. I think we need at least some form of regulation. Doesn't mean we have to go out there and use signs in the next election, but if somebody does, there is some regulation of it. So I'm going to be in favor of this bylaw.
Thank you. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I agree with Ralph. In 2010, when I ran for the first time, and I had not lived here for 25 years by then, I did not use signs. And there was a gentle person's agreement that we did not pollute the town of Mono with election signs for municipal election purposes, with signs. And I also, at that time, got the most number of votes, and I was the only new person that was on the stage. Anyway, so I would agree that we do need a bylaw that regulates election signs, but I would really like it to say that we, in the town of Mono, for a number of reasons, it is pollution in the sense of visual pollution to the natural beauty. It is pollution in the sense of we then have to get rid of all these signs. They cost money. It costs the environment to produce them. It costs the environment to get rid of them. And I would like to suggest that our sign bylaws state that we do not allow posting of municipal election signs.
I'm going to call on the clerk who may have some insight into how sign bans work or don't.
So not speaking to the efficacy of signs within an election, that's an individual council candidate's personal decision whether or not to use them. On the subject of banning election signs, I highly suspect, based on existing case law, that it would be challenged as a infringement under the Constitution of the right to free speech. And in fact, there was such a challenge in Ontario last summer, which upheld the right to put up signs during an election under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So I suspect council would run into issues with that. So because signs are probably part of the future elections, and as they were raised by candidates in the last election, I still recommend that council at least put some guardrails on their use.
Okay.
Thank you for that wisdom, Mr. Simpson. And so, yes, I agree that we should put some numbers around it, and they should be small signs.
Well, there is a suggested maximum size of sign in the bylaw that conforms with the larger signs that are used typically in provincial and federal elections. They aren't the majority of signs used, but it doesn't, it's no, I think it was written, Fred, if I'm not mistaken, to take into account the kind of signs that have been used traditionally at a maximum size.
That was my goal, Your Worship, but I think council does have the flexibility to set the sign size. I'm not 100% sure on the impact on provincial and federal elections by reducing it below 1.5 square meters, but other municipalities have established smaller sizes. Most municipalities are drafting new bylaws to address concerns raised through this Ontario Superior Court. It wasn't a appeal court or a federal court, but to try to make sure that they're working around the probable limitations, and some have set smaller sizes than what's proposed here.
Ralph?
What I'm hearing is from some members of council, the desire to not have signs. And what I think I've heard from you, Fred, is there's a threat of somebody questioning that, the legality of that. I don't think that threat is enough to prevent us from having a sign bylaw which says we don't have election signs except maybe for the mayor. And how am I doing, John? So I don't see a problem with us going ahead with having a sign bylaw which indicates that election signs are not to be used in the town of Mono.
Elaine?
Well, I'm glad that Councillor Mankalo feels that way, and I don't accept the mayor in this case. It applies to everybody running for council, any position.
He was only joking.
And so, I mean, I do take advice from our clerk that legally we could be contested for this. So at a minimum, as he says, put up a guardrail. And I think the signs that we see for, you know, no gravel pits and food first and all of that kind of stuff, which are those plastic, you know, I don't know what they're not very big. What do you call those signs? Anyway, that they might be allowed, but nothing beyond that size. So they're pretty small. They don't really interrupt the landscape as much as others. And maybe there's a limit on the number of signs that can go up. I'm just overcomplicating things. But I think to have a sign maximum, which I think the sign maximum is too big right now as it's set, but it's like those bag signs that go on those wire frames that are up for all of the, you know, none of this, then I think that would be okay if I had to have signs, which I still think we shouldn't have signs for all very good reasons.
Well, I too am concerned about being the target of a suit by, in all probability, a major party, either provincially or federally, who would see this as a test case. The worry being that if we get away with it, that other municipalities will follow suit, and the charter is certainly the grounds for appealing our bylaws. So I don't think we can over-prescribe, but we can certainly control. Fred, did you have anything
This
to add?
wouldn't impact federal and provincial elections. We're just
Yes,
talking about municipal elections, are we not?
No, the bylaw as proposed would capture the federal and provincial
I see. We'll take that
elections as
part
well.
out.
It's election signs of any kind.
So perhaps council wants to consider a different size, like 1.0 or 0.9. For this to go forward for this election, this bylaw really needs to be passed today. If it's not passed today, there won't be time to get it in for the upcoming election, which will leave us again in an unregulated position. I apologize for putting that so short notice to council. They've only had 2 meetings to review this. But if council can suggest a size that they're willing to try, and then maybe revisit this after the election or prior to the next one, that would move us forward.
Ralph?
So I think that we're not ready for this right now. I don't think we should put something through quickly because we've got, I understand your pressures, Fred, but I don't think we should let these pressures make us make the wrong decision. We're learning more and more here. I'll have to admit that I was thinking only of municipal signs, and maybe we should have a bylaw which allows only, but does not allow municipal signs, but for municipal elections, I should say, but does allow for provincial or federal. I mean, there's a lot of variables here, and I think we shouldn't go ahead with this at this time.
And again, I know I've mentioned this suit at the Ontario Superior Court. For council's information, so it was a municipal by-election, and it was a candidate, and it was actually the winning candidate in the by-election who ended up suing his own then municipality successfully. So it does, according to at least that case last summer, apply to municipal elections. So again, council doesn't have to buy this, or pass this. It'll be the status quo, which is completely unregulated. So anyone will be able to place any signs of any size, anywhere pretty much they want, because the only existing rule is they have to come down within 2 days.
3 days, isn't it?
This bylaw proposes 3, but the sign bylaw says 2.
Okay.
So there is a provision of the existing sign bylaw that captures election signs, but it's only that one provision. Okay. So what is the wish of council?
There is an understanding out there that we don't do signs. That's still, sometimes you don't have to have everything written down for it to be an understanding.
That understanding can still exist.
Yeah, it does. We've had that for.
I know, but we could pass the bylaw and the understanding could still exist.
No, that changes everything if you pass a bylaw saying it's okay.
I've run in 6 municipal by-elections, and I've been bound by that understanding. But I don't think the understanding going forward is a very safe bet. And I've seen candidates use signs and be defeated. I've seen candidates use signs and get elected. In the last election, I guess I wasn't party to that understanding because I put up 10 signs.
You were acclaimed.
No, I'm talking about when I returned to municipal life. So I wasn't bound by, I didn't even think about it, to be honest with anyone, but.
Well, to answer your question, Your Worship, I'm prepared to go ahead with the bylaw that's been given to us.
So you're moving that? Is there a seconder who's prepared to? Doesn't look like it's a seconder, so we've run out of steam.
Okay, so, and I'm assuming council does not want this to come back again for consideration, because council hasn't, totally ended this bylaw. They're just not giving it second or third reading. So from this, I can read then that council does not want to see a bylaw come back. Again, there's probably no time.
Sounds like that, and it
Okay,
would be
fair
up to a
enough.
future council to revisit the issue if they wish.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
Sorry for that, Fred, and all your hard work.
Well, yeah, thank you, Fred. And Fred's motivation wasn't that he likes signs. I think his motivation is that other municipalities around us, specifically Orangeville, were dealing with the same issue and producing bylaws in response to, quite frankly, sign pollution in the past that's been pretty outlandish.
Right, and at this point, when a candidate calls and says, can I put up signs, I'll be telling them, yes, you can. You just have to take them down within 2 days. And they say, well, where and what size? And I tell them, there are no restrictions whatsoever in the town of Mono. So you can put as many as you wish, and you can put them,
Trees.
Yeah, you can, and so the goal was to, again, provide those limitations and guardrails, so candidates will be told it's up to them on how they wish to.
And if somebody does something outlandish, the electorate will take note.
Okay, and your worship, anytime you wish to break, lunch is available.
Is this a good time to take a break? Because we will be into the drinking water reports and multi-accessibility plan and my motion on ATVs. So why don't we take a break now? When do we want to return? 1:45? Is that long enough? Yeah. Let's return at 1:45.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, you've got that?
I do, yes. We're back live.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're down to item 2 under Bylaws, Correspondence, New Business, and the annual and summary drinking water reports. Matt?
Yep, thank you. So every year, the council receives these reports as annual year in review of the both the drinking water systems. Most of the information was already included to council in October and November last year from the ministry, and any of the non-conformances were promptly dealt with as per the direction by the MECP, and happy to answer any questions that council may have on the report.
Fred?
Well, you've already addressed them, Matt. I just want to say that it annoys me that on the Coles well, we had 4 non-compliance issues, and on the Island Lake one, I think we had 1 big one. I admit, if the public's listening, these are very small, minor non-compliance issues, like a piece of paper wasn't on the wall where it should have been, but still, we get it year after year, and it does bother me. The other thing I might note is that, I've lost my notes, but that the Cardinal Woods wells, 70.2 milligrams per liter of sodium. I know, Ralph, it's not a health issue, but sodium levels continue to climb. 15 years ago, they were 47.6 milligrams per liter. Now we're up to 70. It concerns me only because there's a trend here, and I know why the trend's occurring. It's because of the salt the county is putting on County Road 16. I wish we could do something about it. Those are my only comments.
Ralph?
Just to refer to the arsenic levels, over the times I've been listening to these reports, I think the arsenic has been continuing to rise a little bit, and it's for the public's benefit. It's something we've been on top of, and it's a big issue that the town is studying. But Matt, could you just compare the levels with maybe last year? I noticed that in July we have 9.4 and 9.4 in October in Coles and Island Lake. Are these levels higher than last year?
Thanks, Councillor Mayfield. They fluctuate. They were up even higher years ago. Like, they kind of come up to that point and then they drop back down. It's very unpredictable. It's hard to tell. These are deep aquifer wells, so it's really hard to predict.
More or less level.
Yeah, and they've like I said, they come up and down, and it's difficult to predict. But like you said, we are working on the issue with respect to arsenic in the EA that is currently underway, and we're hoping that we'll have that published in the coming weeks, and that'll be a stepping stone to addressing the arsenic issue in Island Lake.
My second comment is respecting what Fred Nix has said. These are minor things, and they are they do come up in front of us, but overall, these are fantastic reports, and I compliment Public Works on their on what they're doing. And I know we're working through the town of Orangeville, and maybe that makes it more difficult, but I'm so pleased to see that we handle water in such a serious manner.
Yeah, and we don't downplay these types of things, no matter how small they are. We take them, and the redundancies that are in place kind of help that. But anytime you have a human and a machine taking care of these types of things, there are these potentials for small things. So don't take them seriously, and they're always discussed at our DWQMS meetings that are required under the Act. So,
Elaine?
Thank you. Yeah, and I did just want to draw attention to the fact that everybody can feel very secure in how our water systems are managed and how things are dealt with. I noticed that this whole report altogether, I think it reflects that we are well operated. And that's a lot of people, and so they are doing a great job. We're all only human. And the things that have happened, as John mentioned, were smaller things. But also, or should I say, and also, there's a lot of self-regulation and compliance connections. So there's self-regulation and compliance that is mentioned in there, and that's being done by the people who run the system. They're not waiting for somebody to come and tell them always that they're not doing something. They're identifying things and dealing with them. At least that's what I read. And so I think, thank you very much. And I feel very secure that we can say we have, the best water operating systems that we can give to our residents, and they are safe and all of that good stuff. So thank you.
Thank you. I've got a motion that Council for the Town of Mono receives the 2025 annual, annual and summary reports for the Cardinal Woods and Island Lake drinking water systems. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any further discussion, debate, questions? Seeing none. Any opposed? And that motion carries. Next item up is the multi-year accessibility plan. Mike, you're the author.
So this is required to be done on a 5-year cycle and reviewed on a 5-year cycle. Historically, the County of Dufferin had prepared a multi-year accessibility plan for all the lower tiers, and the County of Dufferin, they received a grant with respect to some accessibility work, and it was directed directly at the county use only. So because that department will be substantially busy utilizing that grant, Mono and all the other lower tiers were asked to complete their own accessibility plans. So the attached plan was put together by staff, reviewed in compliance with the requirements of the province and the Ontarians with Disabilities Act, and it's for council review and hopefully approval for the next 5-year period till 2030.
Questions? Elaine?
Thank you. It's a great report, like really very impressive. And I know it mentions that we connect with people who experience barriers, but the people with this lived experience, how many of those citizens do we have coming to inform the conversation? Just curious.
So there's no current measurement with respect to that. We do deal with and work with them if they are at the front counter, but there is no specific group of individuals or a logging of inventory with respect to that.
Oh, not that I want to generate more committees, but is there an opportunity for us to have an accessibility group of people with lived experience that, we can consult to? They don't have to meet on a regular basis or anything, but just an idea. So anyway, I thought it was a really wonderful report, and I can't remember, so I'm going to ask the question. Our automatic systems in our washrooms, our community centers, I think they have entrance and exit buttons for entry, yes?
So to the best of my knowledge, Kim could better respond, but I believe our washrooms are generally accessible and subject to any future renovations that could be approved by council. Some of the doorways might be, but they all have accessible stalls. Menorah especially has an elevator between the 2 levels, and council will recall that we did have an accessibility proposal for Mono Center, which included an elevator and rehabilitation, redoing of the bathrooms, but the door pounders, I believe, are generally installed for the front entrances, and future work would be required for some of the washroom doors.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? So I have a motion that council for the town of Mono receive and adopt the updated Town of Mono 2026 to 2030 multi-year accessibility plan. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Mankdalo. Any opposed? And that motion is carried.
A question, I think, is to Kim. To what extent are our trails accessible, wheelchair accessible?
Some of our trails are accessible, others are not. It's, we have the Watermark Trail that is the pea gravel. I've got the wrong words, not pea. Pardon? Screenings, thank you, which has the screenings on it. So there are accessible points on that from the Watermark subdivision, which makes that trail accessible. Our Brookfield Trail is accessible.
That's the one on the east side of the...
Off of Benson there.
Yeah.
And then there's Menorah Park's trails are not accessible. Obviously, the Bruce Trail, in my humble opinion, is not accessible to the extent that, a wheelchair.
The trail
Maybe some portions of the Bruce Trail are accessible, but Mono's trails, the ones with the screenings on them, yes, and others.
And the trail.
Like our tracks are not accessible.
The trail into Vicky Barron is wheelchair accessible.
Yes.
I've pushed my
the
mother
trail
many
into
times on
Vicky
that trail.
Barron, again, that's got the screenings on it.
No, well, it's also board screening.
And boardwalk, yes. Yeah, but our tracks are not accessible.
Your worship, if I may. So I think it's better to say that we're partially accessible. I do remember when I took the accessibility training in 2012-ish, there was a lady in the room who had lung removal and was under the Disabilities Act, and she didn't want flat trails. It was something of an exercise point of view that she needed some challenges to exercise her one lung. So partially accessible and subject to Kim's capital improvements on the trails. We're definitely doing it when we can, and fully accessible versus partially accessible is definitely our width. Is Kim's been steadfast on the width of our trails. Yeah. Being 8 feet, I believe, is what our minimum width, and we've enjoyed the accessibilities that those trails have provided us.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I thought the goals were very good. I just wondered what the actual actions was. And I suspect that it's all terrain-based. If it's too rough, it's nothing you can do about it. No. Thank you.
Kim?
Thank you, Your Worship. I also just wanted to remind council that the tennis courts that we just put in at Mono Centre were built to accessible standards, and they do hold an annual tournament out there for people with physical challenges.
Well worth attending, by the way. Okay. Next item is a motion that I'm proposing. It's fairly self-explanatory. It's about ATVs. And it doesn't approve them. It simply asks that a bylaw be drafted and presented to council, permitting ATV operation on Mono roads. I've had some discussions with mayors of other Dufferin municipalities that do permit or have not precluded ATVs. and their experience has not been bad. And of course, provisions of the Highway Traffic Act come into play with regard to such things as being properly plated, wearing a helmet, having insurance. All of those things are taken care of through the HTA and enforcement of the HTA. I specifically talked to Darren White about this, and their experience in Mulmer has been such that while he doesn't specifically recommend it, Melanchthon, I should say, he doesn't specifically recommend it. He's indicated that there's been no issue. We have had Mono residents who've made this request of us. My recollection of the debate at council when we were asked to weigh in on whether we would permit ATVs or not, there were at least two of us, the late Mayor Laura Ryan and myself, who wondered whether there should be a cutout for individuals moving from, say, farm property to farm property. That never really got addressed. We simply decided we weren't going to allow it. So in supporting this motion, you're not making a final determination. You're simply asking that a bylaw, and it would be very short, sweet, not heavy work for the clerk who wouldn't appreciate too much work on this, I take it. I'm not getting a smile out of you. Elaine?
Thank you. I just want to understand why we need to have this in front of us now. We have other priorities that I think are more important. And like, just why, and why now?
Well, the weather is getting better, and a number of people have asked me if I would sponsor such a motion, and I've given my commitment to sponsor such a motion, but guaranteeing no outcome.
Then I would like to respectfully ask that we put this at the bottom of the list of unfinished business, because again, I don't see this as a huge issue compared to the ones that have been on that list for the whole term of council, so.
Well, if it passes, we can assign it a priority. So I'll read the motion if I can and see if we have a mover and a seconder. Whereas Mono Council previously decided to prohibit ATVs and other similar vehicles from driving on the town of Mono roads, and whereas such a prohibition cannot practically be enforced by our bylaw officers as they are not allowed to stop moving vehicles, and whereas the OPP enforces provisions of the Highway Traffic Act that pertain to safe operation of motor vehicles such as ATVs, and whereas neighboring rural municipalities permit ATVs on their roadways without major issue, therefore it be resolved that a bylaw be drafted and presented to council no later than, and I'm going to take that out. I'm simply presented to council permitting ATVs on Mono roads. Do I have I'm going to move that. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Any further discussion? The deadline has been removed. Shall I call the vote? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So there's no date on that, Fred. And if we decide to assign a weight to it, we can do that now, or we can do it at a later meeting. Seeing no takers on that, I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Capes. Discussions on Schedule A. Elaine, and then Fred.
Thank you so much. I did not submit my request for items to review, but I did want to draw some attention to number 10. I must have missed this announcement when it was made by Justin Trudeau that we were gonna implement this ultra high-speed rail between Toronto and Ottawa. I looked at their website to look at this, and I looked at Rideau Lake's letter and went, this is just more disaster than I can even imagine. And if we think about the LRT that was supposed to run on Eglinton, that's taken like 20 years for them to do, and not only that, this is taxpayers' money paying for this, and it's gonna be privately owned and run, if I've got that right, but I would like to send a letter of support to strongly support these smaller communities that are gonna have their whole community disrupted by this and see no benefit from it at all. Because the trains are just gonna whiz through at 9,000 kilometers an hour, and they're not gonna see any benefit. There's no local transport for people to get to work and from work, and it's gonna expropriate lands and people. And I strongly disapprove of this, but I would like to support their quest for.
So is there a seconder to Elaine's, presuming, Fred, you have the tenor of that and can produce a motion? Do we have a second?
I haven't prepared a motion, as there wasn't, this isn't an actual motion. It's a, a letter from the municipality expressing their opinions in that. So I don't have a prepared motion for council. If council wants to come back with a prepared motion, otherwise maybe direct staff or ask the mayor to draft a letter, whichever works for council.
Okay. Elaine, can we come back, because this is not a motion that we can either support or oppose. I think if you feel strongly about this, you should prepare a motion that we could consider sending.
Sure, I can do that. Thank you very much.
I just indicate that I haven't read that correspondence that carefully, but I just think it is such a tragedy that this country is so far behind the rest of the world when it comes to rail transportation. And it is just a disgrace. You go to Europe, you go to Asia, and you are dealing with high-speed trains as an alternative to flying. I want to reread the letter and see it in the context of any motion that you bring forward.
I tried to do a little bit of background reading on this. It's obviously a very controversial issue. If you're going to have your land expropriated or you're close to where the rail line is going to run, it's going to be a major issue for you. What John says is very true. I know that one of the alternatives which is being considered or being pushed by some of the groups is to upgrade the present lines.
Which makes the most sense.
It probably does, because if you look at the mapping that they show, this is one of the concerns of Rideau Lake and other people, is they really can't oppose it on any specific grounds because the area that's included in the potential for the lines is quite huge. Like, it looks to be like 10 or 15 kilometers wide. There's two areas, one that swoops down towards Kingston, the other one goes straight up through Peterborough to Ottawa. And so a lot of people are rightly concerned about this. I'm not sure that it doesn't affect us directly, but I guess it does indirectly in that we care about what happens with the country. So I echo your concerns, John, and we certainly do not have public transportation to any extent that we should have, but it has to be done in some way, that can work with as many people as possible.
But it doesn't preclude us from opposing this particular idea. And I'm with Fred, or with Ralph. I think that upgrading the corridor, that's always been the suggestion in the past, is to upgrade the corridor. They've been talking about it for 30, 40 years. Okay, anything else on Schedule A, Elaine?
No, Your Worship, thank you.
Thank you. Ralph?
I have two items. Number 8, this is something we've been looking for, Fred, you might want to comment on it too. This is really identifying a little bit about how the the new program is going to be rolled out for the conservation authorities in the place of the agencies.
Mike.
Place of the agencies and the funding for them. There's $3 million is put aside for agencies. It's not clear from my reading of it how the agencies are going to use this money, whether they're going to pass it on to the municipalities. But the issue that of representation, which Fred Nix is quite thoroughly articulated, is a problem, and it looks like we'll likely get one person from the Ottawa-Saga Valley Conservation as a representative, certainly nothing from Mono. Did you read through the detail of this?
I didn't read about the NVCA. Of course, I've been mainly concerning with CVC.
Yeah, well, I think in general, it suggests that there'll be, as I understand it, there'll be probably one representative, and it's going to be on the basis of population, so you might have 2 or 3 or so, or you might have, anyway, it's a little more information, because we've been wondering what's going to happen or how it's going to happen. I don't think any of us are any more comfortable seeing this than we were before.
Thank you.
Are you finished?
Well, I have one other.
Okay, go ahead.
The other item is, I think, the next
Mike,
one down.
Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the Ontario Heritage, and I should have prepared a motion, Mr. Simpson. I should have prepared a motion for this because I'd like to have a motion that supports it. Mono has been a very strong supporter of heritage designations and heritage work, and I wasn't aware that there was this $1,545, which was provided and has been provided for the last 15 years to Ontario municipalities or to heritage organizations. And it would appear to me that it'd be, that this sort of thing should be increased with the CPI or something like that. And I think that's what the recommendation is. I could prepare a motion if you'd like, Mr. Simpson, or you could prepare it. But basically, it would be to support the grant advocacy increase in the grant to a higher level.
Councillor Magdalo, I do have a suggested resolution for this one, if you want to consider it. That Council for the Town of Mono supports and endorses the resolution passed by the Township of McNabb-Braeside, calling on the province to undertake a review and modernization of the Heritage Organization Development Grant.
With the view to increasing it, do you want to add a little bit more to that? With a view to increasing it with respect to the increasing inflation.
Seeing the grant annually tied to inflation. So I'm adding to it with the view to increasing the grant annually tied to the rate of inflation.
Yep, that's fine. How about the construction inflation rate?
Do we have a seconder for that? Fred is the seconder, Ralph is the mover. Any opposition to that motion? Motion carries.
Well, I guess back to the item that Councillor Manktelou raised, but item number 4, very well-written report on where we're going with the consolidation of conservation authorities, and I tried to outline some of my concerns, but just as a follow-up for the rest of council to know, the Credit Valley is trying to arrange a virtual meeting with the Minister McCarthy and all the mayors in the Credit watershed. The 3 mayors that I represent have all agreed they're available. Well, we don't know the date yet. That request was put out on the 19th of March. It's now the 24th, and we're still waiting to hear back. So of course, I don't know where the stall is. Maybe some of the other mayors haven't agreed. Maybe the minister hasn't agreed. But the fact that CBC sent me an email saying, you know, they're lining this up means that it must be close. And our mayor has agreed that he would have a virtual meeting with Minister McCarthy. The argument Credit Valley wants to make, and this is a bit selfish, Ralph, is that we are a very well-run conservation authority, probably the best in the province. Maybe TRCA beats us. By best run, I mean in terms of our turnaround time, of terms of applications and the research we do. And we're afraid if we get joined with 3 other conservation authorities, that'll all be diluted. I know that sounds selfish, but that's how we feel. So we're going to try to make that pitch to the minister directly.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to raise item number 7, Notice of Study, Ministry of Transportation, Highway 9. And I had to reread this 2 or 3 times because I know nothing about a Runnymede medical facility, Runnymede Health Center, post-traumatic stress injury facility. Is this presumably in Caledon?
I think so. South side of the highway.
Never heard of it. And if they are going to look at Highway 9 to facilitate entrance into this facility and create taper lanes and center lanes and stuff like that, surely to goodness they should look at extending their study area to encompass the lane that goes nowhere at the first line. They should reconsider, I think, all of that absolutely unnecessary, gratuitous lighting on the south side of Highway 9, which never needed it, in my view, and should be dissuaded from any overhanging signage that they originally proposed for this section of road back in the 1990s, and we protested vehemently that it was not necessary and would make us look like the Gardiner Expressway. Matt, do you have enough from those comments, if council's agreeable, to approach them and find out what this is all about and tell them our concerns?
Thanks, Mayor Creelman. I requested and recently received the 90% design drawings for the whole stretch of Highway 9 from Highway 10 over to Airport. Unrelated to this notice, and I haven't had a chance to review them yet, but that would be the best opportunity to put those comments into effect.
So I am really concerned about the overhead signage. You know what I mean by that, where you have 2 pylons on either side of the road and something that goes across like you're on the 401?
I'm reviewing them right now, and I haven't seen them yet.
Okay.
But I'll make a note.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And again, hopefully we can pick up that silly missing lane nonsense. Thank you, appreciate that. Anything else on Schedule A? Okay, moving along, reports of members of, oh, sorry.
So do we call Schedule A?
We haven't passed them.
Oh, we haven't passed it, okay. We have a mover and seconder, I believe. Any opposed? The motion is carried. Short reports by staff. Do we have anything, Les? Matt, anything? Kim, anything?
Thank you, Your Worship. 2 quick reports. One is that the RFP for the recreation truck has now closed. We did receive 2 tenders came in, 2 quotes came in for that. Staff are presently reviewing it, and we'll bring a report back to council in the very near future as far as the...
What were the prices?
We were within budget. As a matter of fact, we were under budget.
This was for an EV truck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The second point I wanted to bring up was the announcement made by the Ford government recently about permitting BYOB in public parks, and just letting council know that the clerk and I have been in conversation about this. We've done some very primitive research into it, and basically the municipality, nothing changes within a municipality unless we deem we want it to. So it's status quo for municipalities right now.
Good to know. Thank you. Fred?
I have nothing, Your Worship.
Mike?
I have nothing, Your Worship.
Elaine, anything? Reports, you're muted.
I have nothing to report from committee meetings, but I do have a notice of motion. You want me to wait on that until you make that call?
Yes, I'll do notices of motion next. Ralph?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have two things. We had our first Climate Action Committee meeting last night. A lot of enthusiasm. I think we're off and running. I'd like to note that Mike Dunmore attended as a show of his support for the committee, and that was appreciated, Mike. A week from this Saturday at the Mono Community Center will be the Laura Ryan Memorial event. And the organizing committee there has asked that if you, by the way, this is, I gather this is a bit of flux now. I believe you're going to be speaking at it, Kim. But that she has requested that, this is Bonnie Hadley, has requested that anybody who would wish to provide a message would write it out and send it to her by tomorrow. And this will then be, she'll frame them and put them around the room. So the idea is that this is, at least some of it, I maybe need to be updated, but the idea was that this was going to be a meeting without much program, and you'd wander around the room, et cetera, and read these, et cetera. So that's on April the 4th, that's Saturday, and it's from 12:30 to 4 p.m. And that's
Do we have a circulation of something? Is there an email for this Bonnie story?
I defer to Mike on that.
So, yeah, I can share that with council for sure. I believe, yeah, I can share Bonnie's email with council. I'll be working with Andrew over the next day or two to do an acknowledgement of the day with respect to social media platforms and perhaps a little blurb about the donation page, but with respect to the thought process of Ms. Bradley, we could definitely share that with council.
Thank you, that'd be appreciated.
So the idea is that the community might want, some members of the community will want to come and want to make sure that they know that this is happening. If you want to see the full obituary, you go to the Drury Funeral website. Council passed some time ago an agreement to have a memorial partnership in honor of Laura Ryan. And the memorial is going to be created at the Mono Pollinator Garden, and we're in the process of doing that. Council also made a commitment to provide a financial contribution, some staff time, and allocate necessary equipment for the development of the proposal, which has not been finalized, but we're in the development stage of what's going to be done at the garden.
Thank you. Fred, anything? And I don't have anything until I get home and remember something. Okay, notices of motion. Elaine?
Of course, this goes against what I just said earlier about giving more things to the unfinished business list, but I will be bringing forward a motion for us to establish a bylaw policy regulating secondary dwelling units in Mono.
Okay.
What does that mean?
So you'll be looking for a zoning bylaw amendment?
We already have.
Okay, we'll wait for the motion, I guess.
We'll wait for your motion, Elaine.
Yeah, so I'll bring that to the next meeting, yeah?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
Oh.
thank you.
Fred is jumping in.
Yeah, so I would need a copy of that motion prior to publishing the next agenda.
Yes, thank you, Fred.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion that council moves into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 1:28 PM for Line 2 Developments, OLT Appeal, Section 239, Subsection 2, Subsection K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or about to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Mankdalo moves, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? And that motion carries, and we go in camera.
back live.
Thank you, and I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 1:52 PM and direct staff to proceed accordingly. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? That motion is carried. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 6-2026 held on the 24th of March, 2026, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Moved by Councillor Makay, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. And I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 1:53 PM. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. I see no opposition, motion carries. Thank you, everyone.